That gang includes Kelly in Salt Lake City.
Oh,
she's
Kelly.
part of the gang. Kelly.
Salt Lake City.
So she's a misfit, is what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
she owns that.
All right.
Because on this day in 1979, Fleetwood Mac released their experimental set of songs, their 12th album, Tusk.
Double album. Tusk.
Double album of.
So
This
I mean, I recognize maybe one song on there.
this
Sarah?
this song I love this description. The song's lyrics deal with a frequent theme in Fleetwood Mac songs. The singer suspects his partner of being unfaithful,
Again.
asking, "Why don't you tell me what's going on? Why don't you tell me who's on the phone?" Lindsey Buckingham wrote the song and is the lead singer, and he's obviously singing to what's her name?
Stevie Nicks.
Stevie Nicks.
Stevie. And that's the Trojan Marching Band
Yeah, USC.
playing on that. The idea of incorporating a brass band into Tusk came to Mick Fleetwood when he was on vacation. I saw the entire village of Barfleur dancing in the streets, and they were dancing to a marching band. It was joyous.
They went to the Coliseum and recorded the band there. But when they were messing around with it before they got to the part of the band, Mick,
the marching band.
yeah, Mick was experimenting with different percussion,
Yeah, I was reading that.
including a Kleenex box
Okay.
and a leg of lamb.
A leg of
He
lamb.
bought a leg of lamb and slapped it with a spatula.
Get a sound that he wanted. Yeah, and critics called it one of their best yet weirdest hits.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's great songs on it.
I mean, yeah, I recognize this one.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's see what else is on there. Come on, Jane, to name that tune.
I don't know
Yeah,
this one.
I don't know this one either. Yeah, I don't recognize any of these.
How about
Nothing.
the ones that kind of charted were Think About Me.
Think About Me charted?
I think
No.
so.
I think it's just Sarah and Tusk are the only ones that.
How about Brown Eyes? That's another one that I'm trying to track it, but doesn't sound familiar, does it?
No.
And it's a double album.
A double album of
Fleetwood Mac.
this.
A double album of crap? Is that what you're saying?
Basically.
This is I guess it's one of their latest efforts, right?
Well,
Their later efforts?
1979. It's not.
And when did they stop doing stuff? I mean, releasing albums.
Oh gosh, I don't know.
I don't know.
They did for a while. Let's see.
I sing so many things that make
Terrible.
Yeah, I don't care for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah's a good song,
Yeah, Sarah's
very
Sarah's
good.
about it.
and
And
Tusk
Tusk.
is interesting.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, this is none of this.
They released an album in 2003. Was the last album they released. That sounds like John Wayne. Yeah, I got Texas.
Yeah, well, if John Wayne knew how to play his instruments.
Mr. Engineer, haters up.
Yeah, I don't know any of these.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
no.
too bad.
Yeah. All right. I'm done.
I wonder what single hits they had after Tusk and Sarah. What hits did they have?
Wait, well, Tango in the Night had hits on
Tango in the
it.
Night had a lot. Tango in the
That's-
Night was actually a pretty good album.
Let's see what's on there. Big Love, Seven Wonders.
I love Big Love.
Little Eyes. Isn't
Yeah,
It
there's
Midnight?
a lot on there.
Oh yeah, Little Eyes is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a big hit. Fleetwood Mac.
Big
man.
Love is I like that when they do that live.
See what they do. Say You Will, their last released album in 2003. Murrow Turning Over in His Grave.
Nope. This is a cool song. I mean, it's basically just Lindsay singing and playing guitar. He'll usually do it acoustic live.
Yeah, it's all right. You want to try from their last album, Murrow's Turning Over in His Grave?
Nobody knows any of those songs.
What's this one?
Seven Wonders.
It's not an album, it's a song.
What?
Murrow Turning Over
Yeah,
in His
it's
Grave.
a song on their last album. It's a Lindsey Buckingham special.
Sounds like it's not finished. I don't care for it.
Yeah, there's nothing on their last album that's really memorable.
No,
I can see, yeah, nothing.
nothing.
Huh.
Well, that's too bad. They had their day, though, didn't they?
Sure.
That's all right.
And Stevie Nicks just said, now that Christine's gone, stop
bother?
asking for Fleetwood Mac.
Exactly.
We're not doing it anymore.
They're on their last album. They cover a Rolling Stones song, which is good by the Stones. It's not a big hit, but I Am Waiting. And I used to know all the Rolling Stones songs by heart, practically.
I heard Keith Richards on Howard Stern yesterday, and he said, Howard asked him an interesting question. He said, are there songs that you've written that Mick won't sing?
Mick won't sing.
Yeah. And he said, yes. He said, I write songs and it's my job to convince Mick to sing them.
Yeah.
That's my job.
Well, that makes sense.
And I have some that I think are really good, and
He just doesn't like
He just
them.
doesn't like them.
That's kind of the way it goes, isn't it?
Howard was like, you mean there are Keith Richards songs out there? And he said, do you wish you could sing so you could just go do them? And he said, not really. That's not
my job.
That's not my job. But my job is to write songs and convince Mick to sing them. That's my job.
Well, that's kind of like we have here. It's your job to suggest terrible opening songs, and my job to convince you, Carrie, not to play them.
Yeah, I think I'm done with Tusk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna buy that album.
You don't need to.
I won't. I won't. All right, should we take a break?
Yeah, I suppose.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
All right, what we're going to do here is, as I said, take a break. And then we'll come back and we'll have some stuff for you. But when we come back, we'd like to hear from you. Check in with us. 877-602-9696 is the number to make yourself known on the Radio from Hell show. Let us know you're out there. 877-602-9696, or you can text us 33986.
X9.
Strange enchanted boy.
That's Kyle Brown, the very strange enchanted boy. Longtime friend of the program, almost from the very beginning. And when he was just a kid in high school. And he's now an adult man. And we found out that Kyle had contracted ALS, which is Lou Gehrig's disease, and it's fatal. And it gets worse as it goes along. Kyle can't speak very well anymore, so he's been sending us letters. This is number 57, by the way.
57 letters?
57 letters, and we're thinking about ways to maybe compile these all in one place so people could read them all. There's a possibility we could get them printed. If you work in a printing business, contact us here, and we'll talk about something like that. But this is the latest letter from Kyle. It says here, Please refer to me as Emmy nominated.
Well,
Kyle Brown.
all right.
Which he was nominated for some sort of sports special thing. And, well.
At the ESPYs.
Yeah. He says, I remember last fall watching the leaves fall from the trees and wondered if I'd ever see leaves again. Well, the leaves are back, but I won't see them change colors and fall. I got to see my daughter graduate via a webcast. My next goal, 4th of July. Working in the bike industry as I have for over the past 10 years, I've accumulated dozens of bike industry-related T-shirts. I really haven't bought T-shirts or socks in about 9 years. I almost feel silly wearing them now, being a cripple, but no sense buying new shirts. That would be a waste. No one knows what they mean anyway. We gave a bunch to the DI. I wanted to give more, but my wife, she wouldn't let me. I'm afraid my clothing will sit in my drawers and in my closet for years to come. Let me know if anyone needs size small T-shirts. Although it was very difficult for me, I'm glad I ended up going to New York. That was for the Emmy ceremony or ESPY ceremony, whatever. I'm glad my wife and my son got to experience all that they did. New York was lovely and nice people. Of course, we were in an upscale part of Manhattan, 2 blocks from Central Park. My son wanted to ride the subway and see giant New York rats. My wife wanted to sit in a cafe eating pastry on the sidewalk, seating, and stroll through Central Park sipping a latte. They both wanted to get all dressed up and go out. They both got to do everything they wanted to, and I was happy. Our flight attendant on the way to JFK Airport was David, a wonderful person. He was the fortunate one to welcome all passengers and let them know that the flight entertainment system would not be working during our 4-hour flight.
Oh.
We chatted with and got to know David during our flight. A few years ago, he had stage 5 kidney failure, and he was told that he would likely die. He needed a kidney, a transplant, which was difficult to find, to say the least. So he set out to find one. He put up signs around town and on his car, as well as social media campaign, and he found a donor from a total stranger, someone just being kind. I know that's hard to believe, but it's true. There are news stories about David online. We talked about something that I've said here a few times. We both wish that people could experience being given a death sentence, deal with it for about a month, and then have it rescinded and go ahead and live. Because when you know there's no tomorrow, it changes today. It changes how you act and react to everything and everyone. There's no way to emulate it or pretend. You have to experience the real deal. Everyone, take care of your body and your mind, and take care of your neighbors, too. Cheers, Kyle. Look over there. Yeah.
And we'll figure out a way to get all these letters either published or...
They'll be available in one form or another. As best
And we
can.
should make it a fundraiser of some sort.
I talked to Kyle's wife about that, and she's not necessarily in favor of that.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, we'll work it out. Let you know. Let's get this over.
Now I'm confused. Is it Craig or Craig? Maybe a Craig could call us and
Or
let
a
us
Craig.
know. Or a Craig. I don't. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in with us. I see Christian has done that, and so just hang on for a second, Christian. You can also text us at 33986. But shall we officially begin the show?
Salt Lake Film Society's Tower of Terror is back with your favorite horror movies on the big screen at Broadway Center Cinemas this Friday the 13th. Don't miss Friday the 13th, number 3 and number 1, and Midsummer on Saturday the 14th. Get tickets at slfstix.org.
The moon is just a little tiny sliver now. 4.7% of full, a little waning crescent moon. What there is of it will set today at 6:12 p.m., today being Wednesday. It's the 12th day of October in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023. It's National Take Your Parents to Lunch Day.
Oh.
Which would be a good trick if I could do that, but
Yeah.
my parents are no longer on this earth. It's also National Pulled Pork Day and National Curves Day.
Curves?
Honoring plus-size women and men around the country. Embrace the day and your curves with confidence no matter what your style, and look for patterns that fit you.
Okay.
And this is the voter fraud at Fat Bear Week edition of the Radio from Hell show. This year, Grazer was declared winner, but the
Yeah.
Fat Bear Week election was rigged. Chunk won, but the votes were totally rigged, and everybody knows it. There was massive Fat Bear Week voting fraud with the voting machines, and when it's exposed, it will be clear. If we can just find 85,000 points, Chunk will be the winner, leading the charge to expose his massive corruption is Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi, Katie for short is our excellent producer, and we have Cameron Diaz and Dawson helping out as well.
Now, just a heads up to callers and visitors to the show today.
Yeah.
I will have a question for each of you,
Okay.
and it will be the same question.
Is it a loyalty oath?
No,
No?
no,
Okay.
just a
All
question.
right.
I'll
All right.
ask it coming up.
All right.
Let's begin with Christian.
Christian, good morning. Where are you calling from?
Good morning. South Salt Lake City.
All right. What's up?
Well, Gina was confused about the aggravated identity theft, and
Yeah.
I promptly looked it up.
Okay.
It's a very serious offense.
Okay.
What it connotes is a violation of a fiduciary duty, like a bank officer, a trustee in an estate who's obfuscating and taking away funds from where they're supposed to go. And it requires the court to mandatorily commit the convicted felon into prison.
So
Okay.
lock
No-
George Santos
no
up.
opportunity.
So he will go to jail for that.
And Christian, I'm guessing Gina understood about half of what you said there. You used
No,
the,
I got it.
You got
I know
all-
what obfuscate means.
You can
Okay.
you can put me in for half because I didn't quite.
I think next time you call us, Christian, I applaud the research. Would you just use simpler language? Because
Yeah,
we're not that
especially
smart.
this time of the morning.
Sorry, I've been through law school, and it's hard to
Okay.
remove that dialogue.
All right.
All right,
from my
Christian.
vocabulary.
Christian, question: how many trees can I put you down for?
How many trees?
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of extra trees
how
that
many
I need to get rid of.
How many do you have?
Well, let's see. There's 10 a box, and there's
I'll-
two
I'll-
in this one. So.
There's 10 a
I'll
box.
take several.
Well, you have to come down and get
Several
them.
trees.
See, here's what happened. I try to get stuff through local vendors.
Yeah.
Sure.
We needed 3 of this particular kind of tree, and nobody had 3. And so I wound up having to go on the internet.
All right.
So I got the 3 and 4 extra boxes.
Why?
And
You don't know why.
I have no idea. But they're small versions of the big tree, the Thuja Green Giant. We wanted 3. We got 3 big ones. We got 4 boxes of small ones. So they're like a foot and a half.
Yeah.
And so we contacted the company and said, hey, we got all these extra trees. You didn't charge us for them. We should
Yeah.
send them back. And they said, no, it's a live tree. We can't take it back.
Ah.
I'm like, a live tree you can send to me, but I can't send it back. No,
There's some
they said,
regulation.
guess what? You've got trees. So,
Congratulations.
so how many
do-
trees can I put you down
How
for?
many do you have total?
I have with me total
Uh,
10,
there are 10 trees in,
there's
in
10
what-
in
each
each
of those
box, and we took 2 out of this box. So
Huh. Well, Christian, if you
Yeah.
want a couple trees,
Yeah, come on down.
hang on, and Katie will get your name, and you have to come and
Yeah.
get them. Okay?
because we do that farmers market thing out here in the
Yeah.
area.
Yeah, there's 2 tomatoes.
There's
There
tomatoes
were
out there.
tomatoes out there. Who took? Somebody already took.
I think Buddha took them.
Oh.
But I'm going to put trees out there.
Yeah, do
So
that.
everybody come and get a tree.
Thanks for calling, Christian.
Thanks, Christian. Let's go to John. Hello, John.
What's up with you, John?
Well, hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Well, okay, the album Tusk by Fleetwood Mac is a classic. The problem is it got airplay for those 2 songs, so you've never heard the rest of it.
Oh,
It's an excellent album,
we
and
listened.
not a terrible album, as you guys were.
Well,
We
John,
listened.
probably the reason Probably the reason it got airplay for those two songs is none of the others is those were the two that were good.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, they are good songs. But, Bill, I would say take the afternoon, have a scotch, and listen to that album while
Well,
you're
after a
puttering
scotch,
around the
anything
house.
sounds
You
good
will
after.
love it.
I'll do it. I'll mix myself a martini and I'll listen to some of them.
He'll give it a
All right.
We'll see
Thanks,
ya.
John.
I would appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Hey, how many trees can I put you down for, John?
Oh, he's gone.
I don't think anybody wants to.
Okay, it's
I-
Craig.
Oh, here's a Craig or a Craig. Where are you calling from, Craig?
Yeah, I'm calling from South Salt Lake on my way into work.
Okay, how do you say your name?
Well, it's pronounced Craig, but we're lazy in the way we say everything, so it always comes out Craig.
But it should
And
be
it sounds
Craig.
like
You know, as I look at the
should be
spelling,
Craig.
yeah, I look at the spelling.
The I
the
there, yeah.
AI, the I should
It's
make
Craig.
the A long.
Yes.
So it's Craig. Yeah,
Right.
I never thought
right,
of that.
exactly. You got it.
Yeah, but because I think
Yeah.
I say Craig.
So, because every time I ended up in a classroom with a guy named Greg, we would all look at each other like, who are they talking to?
And it's not Greg.
All right. Well, listen, Greg, how many
no, it's Craig.
how many trees can I put you down for?
It's Craig, Kerry.
Craig?
Craig. You want any trees?
I don't know what I'd do with the tree.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, it's Craig.
All right, Craig.
See
Thanks,
you,
Craig.
I think I'd climb it if I were you.
Bye, Betty.
You know, people say this show would not work outside of the state of Utah. We have a text checking in from Delta Flight 2544 Denver to Salt Lake City, currently somewhere over the Rocky Mountains. In-flight Wi-Fi is performing splendidly this
Apparently.
How nice.
Shall we put you down for a tree?
Put you down for a tree
When
there.
you touch down, somebody will bring you a
Yeah.
tree.
Colonel Coffee Bean checking in. Rainy today. Remember, roads are slippery. Don't ride me like I've got a saddle. Thanks. Perry City listener checking in. It's not Wednesday, Bill. Did you say
Did
Wednesday?
I say Wednesday?
It's
I
Thursday.
probably did.
Yeah.
I did a little copy, paste, and cut, and I think I put the because I caught myself. It said Wednesday 2022, and I caught myself on the 20.
You got part
I
of it.
went 2023, but I didn't realize. That's why that happens.
Dank the Donut Delivery Dude checking in. P.S. Taylor Swift is an alien.
No, she's an angel from heaven.
That's right. Corey Ray the Gypsum Boy checking in. Zane checking in on his way to the airport.
Somebody says, put me down for 2 trees, Carrie. I don't know who it is.
Well,
but-
come and get them. Come and get them. They're all down here.
Not going to deliver them.
Cement Dave lurking in the shadows of an early morning concrete pour. If there are any trees available, I'll take 1 or 2.
I'll bet if you put those in the out there, I'll bet people will take them.
I'm going to open them up and put them out there.
Yeah, and put a note on it. Do they? I mean, how long do they last in that state?
I don't imagine long, because it keeps saying open immediately,
Yeah.
live tree.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm just going to put them out there and see. I don't know what to do with them.
What kind are they?
Thuja Green Giant.
But they're not the
Ho, ho,
giants.
ho.
But these are the little,
Oh.
they will grow.
Will they grow giant?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
they'll be 10 to 12 feet,
But the ones you got.
or like a foot.
Oh, so the ones you got on. I mean, did you buy? Can you buy bigger ones?
Yes. I
And
bought
you,
3.
You bought 3 big ones. How big are the ones you bought already?
They're about 5 feet.
And do they grow fast?
It says fast-growing tree on it. doesn't
Those
it?
are cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Those are adorable.
But they will grow. You know, I have a sequoia tree in my front yard, a giant sequoia, because my father-in-law loved them, and it is now a giant sequoia, and it was once that big.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it's 25, 30 feet high.
How many can I put you down for?
I don't think I
You want,
need.
you want any more?
I don't think I need another one. They're kind of nice looking though.
Yeah.
A Sardine Canyon has a rain-snow mix, making for a slippery drive this morning. Use caution if you're traveling between Logan and Brigham City. Crash eastbound 201 freeway at the Redwood Road exit. Vehicles are on the right shoulder there. And yeah, you're going to be encountering some slippery roads in places this morning. So give yourself a little extra time and space. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right. Thank you very much. If you want one of these, I guess call Katie and she'll give you directions.
Well, they're nice looking.
They grow 3 to 5 feet a year, and they'll grow up to like 10 feet. So there you go.
They're good if you're trying to, like, hide from your neighbors.
Which is exactly why we got
Yeah, they make a good screen, don't
Yes,
they?
a good screen. You line them up, and they're a good screen. All right, we will take a break. We'll be back. We've got Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity Game, coming up along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo on the way.
Yeah, I was. I've been dreaming all morning of going home and making ham salad.
So you've got the leftover Easter ham.
Yeah, and I don't have ham salad very often because I don't have ham. So I'm going to get some sweet pickle relish. I don't have any at home, but that's all I really need. And then some mayonnaise, and maybe a touch of mustard.
Did you do the honey baked ham or did you do your
No,
own ham?
I got one at the store, a spiral sliced ham at the store, and put it in. I've not ever done a honey baked ham.
You've never done a honey?
No.
How is that possible?
It's because it seems way too expensive to me.
It's way too delicious.
I can make a delicious ham at home.
Yeah, but
with
it's all done
half the price
already. It's.
But you just put it in the oven. It's not much to it. Just heat it up. You know, it's cooked already. You can take it right out of the package and put it on if you want a cold ham, just put it on the. So when you buy it at the honey baked ham store, is it hot?
It can be, and they say you can either eat it room temperature.
Or you could
set
take
it out,
take it home yourself and heat it up.
Yeah,
it's just the same thing. You know, it's
so good though.
the one at the Costco's, the Kirkland one is actually quite good. But you know, just heat it up. Anyway, I'm going to make ham salad. I'm excited. But I was looking up ham salad recipes just to make sure I remembered how to do it. Not that much to it. And there was a video before the recipe, you know, an ad.
To help? A commercial.
Yeah, commercial. And it was about some kind of thing that you take to get rid of poop in your intestines.
What?
And they had little little animated poops. And I'm thinking, what kind of a thing is this to put before a recipe or to show you about food?
It's because you talk about poop all the time.
Huh?
The algorithm.
It has nothing to do with
the
that.
algorithm got you, Bill.
It had nothing to do with an algorithm.
What?
It was just the ad that was embedded. And I don't talk about poop all the time. On top of your erroneous assumption.
Wait, I want to see if I Google it right now, if I get the same ad.
I don't remember if it. Let me look it up.
Well, now, when you say ham salad,
yeah,
do you mean like a chicken salad but with ham?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's essentially so you use it on a sandwich, or I like to just put it on crackers.
So it's almost like a deviled ham kind of.
Kind of, yeah.
All right. Okay.
Let's see. It wasn't the ham salad. It was how to prepare a spiral cut ham. I just wanted to make sure I had the right temperature and stuff.
Prepare
a spiral cut ham.
It's just the commercials that come up are just, you know, they rotate them through.
Oh no, they hear you.
They listen, Bill.
And there are any number of videos about and I don't remember which one it was.
Well, that's the hard thing.
Yeah, there
was
were
it
like
Delish?
Maybe. I remember looking at Delish, but there are like 30 videos of, and they all. It's weird because they're all the same. You know, it's like, yeah, I do that. You put a foil.
See, I'm getting a Pantene ad.
Pantene. What's Pantene?
What's Pantene?
It's the shampoo.
Oh,
shampoo.
Yeah. So it just depends on. Gina, why don't you go through all of those videos? Let's see. But I just thought it was a weird thing to have on a.
So we were
a food.
Did you have
video.
the sound up?
No.
Because the audio may have said, "You'll need this later."
Yeah, maybe. No, I didn't have the sound.
So we were trying to think of what to do with our leftover ham.
Yes.
And I follow this Instagram account called Brunch with Babs.
Mm-hmm. Babs Delay?
No.
Oh, okay.
And she makes this thing where she takes Pillsbury crescent rolls.
Mm-hmm.
You guys will like this.
Okay.
She chops up the ham.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She puts a piece of Swiss cheese on each roll after she rolls it out. I don't like the cheese part, but she chops up the ham.
Oh, I've made this.
And then makes a little ham and cheese roll.
Nice.
But when she puts it in the baking dish, she drizzles it with Dijon mustard.
Oh.
Doesn't that sound good?
Here, I did something like that just recently with ham and Swiss cheese, and then I did some beef and cheddar, and I got King's Hawaiian rolls.
Oh, yeah.
And I put the meat and the cheese on the King's Hawaiian rolls, put it in a baking dish, and then you drizzle it with this, it's like butter and brown sugar and something else. And then you put it in the oven and bake them for 30 minutes. And you get this hot, gooey, sweet, delicious little slider sandwich. They were delicious.
Now
Sprinkle poppy seeds on
back to the video search.
Yeah.
The texter has nailed this.
Yeah.
Gina got a shampoo ad, and Bill got a real poo.
A real poo
ad. So
depends on your
it depends on your algorithms.
None of that shampoo for me. I don't know. I only want the real stuff.
Some real poo.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember. It was I don't remember what the product was, but I just glanced at it, and there are these little piles of poop with eyes, dancing around, and I go, "What the hell?" Weird.
And now the chat room has discovered not only it's called strawberry milkshake flavor Frosted Flakes. Now they have the Frosted Flakes that's Avatar themed, and they're blueberry.
Do they taste like water?
I don't know.
They should taste like water.
The taste of Avatar.
See, now I got to try all of those. I got this milk in the fridge. It's going to go bad unless I...
You have
better.
to.
Stop on the way home.
I got to.
It's a waste if you don't.
Stop on the way home or you're going to have sour milk on your hands.
That's right. Don't want that.
Nope.
Got to have the cereal. Got to have the cereal. In 1984, Lloyd Cole and the Commotions released their debut studio album, Rattlesnakes.
I've forgotten that song. I like that.
Featuring Are You Ready to Be Heartbroken, Forest Fire, Perfect Skin, which is a great song, and Rattlesnakes. All right, thing about the trees. I said they get 10 feet. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Be warned. They'll grow 30 to 50 feet.
This is, I want to plant something so I can't see my neighbor's tree.
And something that's fast growing, apparently.
Yeah, so all you people who called in to get these trees, and apparently we've given away at least 10 in the studio, and there are still more here. No, that's the situation.
Yeah.
I posted a picture of them on my Twitter feed at RFHGina. Yeah. And in my Instagram story, also RFH.
If you want them, you better come and get them fast too. I mean, if you've said you're going to get them, because they're not going to last forever.
Yeah, they need to go today. You need to have them in the ground, hopefully today or tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
And now is a good time to plant.
And I'd be sad to see those little trees die. They're nice looking.
They're adorable. All right. So be warned with the trees. Thank you.
What?
All right. Coming up after this big boy news and opinioendo, it is Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity Game. We're going to give you a list of 4 celebrities. 3 of them are fine, just fine. 1 of them dead. Pick the dead one correctly, and you will win.
Red Butte Gardens Botanicals Garden. It's their spellbinding adventure, October 18th through the 30th at Red Butte Garden.
All right. We'll give you a botanical ticket. If you love the trees.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, about how much time do we have for news here so I can...
About 10 minutes.
All right, listen.
So it's time for Big Boy News now. Oh, call and line up to play Frank Christ Presents, 877-602-9696. We'll have that for you right after this. Big Boy News and a Pinuendo brought to you by
Wasatch Reptile Expo is back October 14th and 15th at the Utah State Fair Park. Check out thousands of reptiles and amphibians. Admission only $10. Kids 4 and under are free. Get tickets and more information at wasatchreptileexpo.com.
I don't think we talked about this on the air yesterday. We saw it, I think, after we got off. But rumors about Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith's lives together are finally being put to rest. In a recent round of interviews promoting her new memoir, Worthy, Ms. Pinkett Smith reveals that she and Will Smith are separated and have been for about 7 years. She revealed the news in an interview with Hotbi, previews of which aired on Today, ahead of a full primetime special airing this Friday. In a teaser clip, Pinkett Smith said she and her husband had lived completely separate lives since 2016. A divorce, she said, just without the legal papers. Why it fractured? Well, there's a lot of things, she told Cotby, but by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of just still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be. When asked why the pair hadn't shared the news sooner, Pinkett Smith said that they weren't ready, as they were just trying to figure out how to be in a partnership, a sentiment she echoed in an interview with People, also released yesterday. We've been doing some really heavy-duty work together, she said. We just got deep love for each other, and we were going to figure out what that looks like for us. Since their 1997 marriage, the two have been one of Hollywood's most high-profile partnerships, and their star power, of course, expanding to their two untalented children, Jade and Willow. In those 26 years, the couple has been subject to much gossip, but they continue to put on a united and open front about their trials and tribulations.
So they're still married.
Yeah.
They're just living apart.
We have been living separate lives, and we were there as a family, but not as a husband and wife. So I think they even lived in the same house.
But the odd thing is how he reacted at the Oscars.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, he was. I don't know,
slapping Chris Rock, saying, for,
keep my wife's name out of your effing mouth.
I mean,
I didn't realize he's now banned from the Oscars for 10 years. I don't think it means he's banned from receiving awards. He just can't go collect them, if he ever has any again. In cars and ambulances and on stretchers, wounded people rushing every minute to a hospital in Gaza. This is their only chance at survival in a territory where the outlook is grim and hope is fleeting. The number of wounded is not stopped, said Professor Ghassan Abu Sita, a plastic and reconstructive surgeon at Shifa Hospital. As you've probably heard in the background, the bombing is still going on around the area of the hospital. Hospitals in the Gaza Strip are struggling to keep up as supplies dwindle and generators run out of fuel. They're using generators because the Israelis have cut off all power to Gaza. All of them are on pace to be out of fuel by the weekend. Antibiotics and surgical supplies are all but gone now, too. Doctors Without Borders says at the two hospitals it runs in Gaza, staff had no choice but to use 3 weeks' worth of emergency stock in just 3 days. There are moments that kind of take your breath away, Dr. Sita said. You kind of feel winded when you see a beautiful young girl, the braids, the elastic hairband, the pink elastic hairband, and you're just trying to clean the face. And in your mind, you go through just what are the steps I'm going to have to do to put this kid back together. And this is happening in the Palestinian side of things. It's horrible for them as well, and you have to. I don't. Doesn't do any good to blame people. No. So Sha Reyes has finally issued a formal statement about his relationship with Tim Ballard and the lawsuit against his buddy Tim Ballard, the founder and former CEO of the anti-child trafficking organization Operation Underground Railroad, and how much of that did they really do remains to be seen. Reyes denies having any prior knowledge of Ballard's alleged misconduct or any role in shutting down the Davis County Attorney's investigation or any other investigation into the organization, according to a statement published on the Utah Attorney General's website. Quote, the Utah Attorney General's office is fully committed to fight crime, protect the public, act with integrity, and see that justice is done. It is important that recent allegations not detract from the urgency to fight the very real crime of human trafficking in our state and in the entire world. A lawsuit filed Monday and another filed Tuesday by different unnamed plaintiffs who claim to be former employees of OUR accused Ballard of sexual assault, and we've talked about that completely. Ballard has denied all allegations. Reyes was not named as a defendant in either lawsuit. However, he is mentioned in the court filings as, quote, one of Ballard's closest friends who has, quote, repeatedly vouched for OUR and Tim Ballard, even in participating in an alleged operation in Colombia, rather. The Deseret News reported that Reyes joined Ballard on an undercover sting in Colombia in 2014. But Reyes says, no, I didn't know anything about any of that. I've never heard of any alleged sexual conduct as addressed in the complaint, including what has been described in detail as the couple's ruse. I've never observed conduct that was, I have only observed conduct that was positive, productive, legal, and in his interactions with OUR and Mr. Ballard. So there you go. Let's see, hundreds of medications are being recalled from that were sold in Family Dollar stores in 23 states. These are over-the-counter drugs sold in 23 states. They had not been stored properly. The long list of items that were stored outside of their labeled temperature requirements by Family Dollar and sold at certain stores between June 1st and October 4th. So you're looking at things like pain relievers and treatment creams, cough suppressant products, laxatives. These are stores in Utah, Family Dollar stores in Utah. There's a full list of products to be found if you go to, and people buy these things at Family Dollar. They're cheap. You go to fda.gov/medical, and you'll look for the recalled products of Family Dollar. Lauren Boebert's divorce is final. After much yelling, apparently. With her infant grandson clutched tightly in her arms, U.S. Representative Lauren Boebert ended her 17-year marriage to Jason on Tuesday before a magistrate in Grand Junction. The public portion of the dissolution of marriage hearing was over in minutes, but that came after nearly 40 minutes of negotiations behind closed doors when shouting between the Boeberts and a baby crying could be heard through the locked door of the courtroom.
She's trash.
The public part of the uncontested divorce hearing was calm by comparison. Boebert's attorney said the Boeberts had agreed that the marriage was broken and that they should divorce. And there's a great picture of her husband. What a peach he is.
Oh, yeah, he's a real...
He had no representation. She had a lawyer with her and rocked her baby grandchild in her arms, using him as a prop.
Of course.
You know.
Because that's what it's all about. It's about the clicks.
Well, it is.
It's about the views. It's not about actually doing the work.
So if you're planning on going to see the Eclipse somewhere out of town,
yes,
be aware that there's going to be a lot of traffic, probably heading toward the center part of and southern part of Utah. The solar eclipse is Saturday morning. For generations and generations, the Diné people, the indigenous people, have been honoring their connection to nature during solar eclipses, according to Angelo Baca, the Cultural Resources Coordinator for the Utah Diné Bikea. We actually have been doing this before America was America, and we'll keep doing it long after this moment, he said. Baca said that they stay inside every year, not looking at the sky, out of respect. For that reason, Monument Valley Navajo Tribal Park will be closed on Saturday, despite being right in the path of the eclipse. The solar eclipse is an indication of how the celestial beings and bodies that are beyond us in this world give us a sense of how small we are and how humble we should be as human beings, Baca said. So you're not going to be going to Monument Valley Park to see the eclipse. Well, this was scary. It was a shocking sight caught on a surveillance camera in a Draper neighborhood. A naked man going door to door, trying to get into people's houses early Tuesday morning. My Ring doorbell shows him naked coming up to the front door, said homeowner Lynn Collier. It was a sight he couldn't believe, nor could Mike Richards, whose backyard camera picked up the naked man trying to get into his sliding back door. We're looking and we're seeing a person buck naked, trying to gain access to our home, pulling on the screen door, checking the windows, Richards said. He was off elk hunting at Fish Lake. What in the world am I logging into? Am I looking at my door? You know, this is my house. I'm going, oh, my gosh, this is horrible. And then the man found an unlocked door to Collier's garage, and he made his way through the garage into the home, buck naked, stopping in the kitchen for snacks, Twinkies and cupcakes. He had some of that, Collier said. Then he went upstairs to the bathroom just a few feet away from where his wife, where Collier and his wife were sleeping. It's spooky that I didn't wake up. It makes me sick, he said. The intruder went to the basement, grabbed some stuff along the way, took credit cards, checkbook, car keys. 30 minutes later, he walked out of the door. Well, at least he took the opportunity to get dressed.
He was wearing some pants.
He was wearing Collier's shirt, gloves, new shoes, and a baseball cap. A bunch of homeowners called about the man out in Draper. But they got him.
Oh, they did?
Yes, they did.
Well, yeah, there's his face. You
The
should
man
be able
is
to identify him.
The man is now in the Salt Lake County Jail, and they say there are signs that there's some mental illness going on.
I'm sure,
there.
yeah.
And finally, this story. This is maybe something you want to take note of. And nature is smart, and maybe we could copy it sometimes. Apparently, female frogs will fake their deaths to avoid sexual interaction.
Wow.
Jeez.
Experts previously believed that she frogs weren't able to fend off unwanted male attention in the form of intimidation, harassment, or even forced sex. But no, they can do it. They pretend to be dead.
Jeez. They put their little frog hand up on their forehead.
Wow.
So if, maybe you can take note of that. That
may stop a frog. I don't know if it'll stop a guy.
Yeah, well, I don't know either. All right, that's it.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Well, the NHL, National Hockey League, sent a memo to teams last week clarifying what players can and cannot do as part of themed celebrations this season, including a ban on the use of rainbow-colored stick tape for Pride Nights. That's become a hot button issue in hockey. The updated guidance reaffirms the on-ice player uniforms and gear for the games, warm-ups, and official team practices cannot be altered to reflect theme nights. Now, this is not just for Pride, but, for breast cancer awareness, they would wear a pink jersey. And on Veterans Day, they would wear, military stuff. They're like, nope, no more of that. And it smacks of, well, we don't want to do the Pride thing, but we'll have to get rid of everything.
I heard
if
one
we don't
player
want to do the Pride thing.
One player, I don't remember who it was, say, I don't care. I'm doing it.
I'm doing it anyway. Yeah. Find me. I dare you to find me.
Well, and apparently it started with a lot of these Russian players.
Yeah.
They are not having it, and so this guy caved. Their slogan was "Hockey is for everyone."
Now it's for no one.
Yeah. Now it's for no one.
Major League Baseball, Arizona Diamondbacks win the series against the Dodgers 4-2 last night, and the Astros beat the Twins. They win their series 3-1. You've got NFL tonight, the Broncos and the Chiefs at 6:15. Weather, we've got 80% chance of showers today, and it's cool. It's only 45 right now, only going to get up to 51 for a high today. Gradual clearing tonight, and then we sun up and warm up for the rest of the week. Traffic, like I said, you could experience some slick roads out there, even some snowy conditions up north, Logan, Brigham City, seeing stuff in Sardine Canyon. Don't have any accidents to report right now, but if you see something, you can say something and let us know via text at 33986. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Oh.
You weren't expecting Frank?
No, he came in a different way today. It's kind of startled me.
I was on my way, checking on the celebrities that we're about to talk about.
Hey, Frank.
Yes?
Would you like a tree?
I don't think that they'd let me have a tree in the home office.
Frank is here, Frank Christ. He is a Grim Reaper. He's a morose, sad Grim Reaper because he doesn't care for his job.
No, I hate my job.
He has been tasked with
the curse.
Reaping the souls of celebrities, precious, precious celebrities. And Frank doesn't like to do that because, well, you love the celebrities, don't you?
I do. I love our precious celebrities. Everything they say and do is right.
Don't you wish you could have been the reaper whose job it is to reap the souls of state legislators?
Oh, that would have been so much better. So much better.
But no.
Oh, no.
Frank joins us every morning to play a game we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
And he's given me a list of 4 celebrities, and on this list...
3 of them are fine.
Yeah, but one of them Frank has claimed, and he didn't want to do it, but he had to. And do we have a contestant?
Sean is on the phone.
Sean, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Yes, exactly.
Sean, you have to identify the dead celebrity on this list, and if you do that correctly, you will win a prize. And what is it, Gina?
The prize is tickets to see Red Butte Gardens' Botanical Spellbinding Adventure, October 18th through the 30th at Red Butte Gardens.
All right, are you ready to do this, Sean?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Oh, I feel you, Sean.
All right, here we go. These are all famous saxophone players. Here we go. Number 1 on this list, Cannonball Adderley, American jazz saxophonist. Adderley, best known for the song Mercy, 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 which was written for him by his keyboardist, Joe Zawinul. It was somebody added lyrics to it. The Buckinghams did. They added lyrics, and that song went to number 5 on the charts. Elementary school classmates called him Cannonball because he had a big appetite. It was cannibal, but then it got mutated into Cannonball. Number 1, Cannonball Adderley. Number 2, Candy Duffer, a Dutch jazz and saxophone player. Her debut album, Sexuality, got Grammy nominations. She performed with Prince, Dave Stewart, Van Morrison, performed live with Alan Parsons, Pink Floyd, and Tower of Power. Number 2, Candy Duffer. Number 3, Maceo Parker. Best known,
Maceo.
Is it Maceo?
Mm-hmm.
Known for his work with James Brown, Parliament, Funkadelic, Prince. Played gold-plated Selmer Mark VI alto saxophone. He uses a number 3 Brilliant Evelyn, whatever that is. Oh, that's his reed. Oh, his reed of choice. Number 3, Maceo Parker. Number 4, Walter Theodore, well, let's just call him who he is. He's Sonny Rollins, American jazz tenor saxophonist, widely recognized as one of the most important and influential jazz musicians. 7-decade career, recorded over 60 albums. A number of his compositions, including St. Thomas, Oleo, Doxy, and Pent Up House, became jazz standards. He's been called the greatest improviser and saxophone colossus of all time. All right, that's Sonny Rollins. Which one of those guys is no longer with us?
Oh, I think that would have to be Cannonball Adderley.
You're right. I would have picked Sonny Rollins because he's 93 now.
Oh, he's fine.
But still going.
He was napping when I saw him.
Cannonball Adderley died in 1975 at the age of 46. Suffered a stroke from a cerebral hemorrhage. So congratulations, Sean. You win the tickets, and if you'll hang on, somebody will tell you what you need to do to get them. Okay?
Great, thanks.
You're welcome. Hang on.
Sean was a ball of energy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was kind of down, wasn't he?
What, no Bleeding Gums Murphy? No, of course not. We didn't put him
No.
on the list. That would not have been fair.
He's a cartoon character.
Yeah. Has anyone seen Susan Anton?
Susan
No.
Anton.
You mean the cigar-smoking blonde?
73 today.
Perfect Sleeper by Serta.
And I know how Gina accuses a lot of actresses of lying about their age.
Yes.
There's no way Hugh Jackman is only 55.
There is no way.
There's just no way.
No.
No.
I'm going to go check on
How
her.
old was Susan Anton, Frank?
73.
Oh.
I'll go check on Susan as
All
well.
right.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
She's tall. They usually don't live very long.
She did cigar commercials. Remember that?
No? I remember her Serta commercial.
Yeah, I forget which cigar company it was, but
Sardine Canyon has a rain-snow mix, making for a slippery drive this morning. Use caution traveling between Logan and Brigham City. And you might just see wet roads down here in the valleys, but no accidents to report right now. Unless you see something, you can let us know, 33986, and I'll pass it along. Broovies is proud to participate in the cultural phenomenon Taylor Swift's newest film released, Taylor Swift: The Eras Tour. Experience the breathtaking concert documentary on the big screen at Broovies Friday, October 13th. You can win tickets right now if you're 21 years of age or older. Text the word SWIFT, S-W-I-F-T, SWIFT, to 33986 now to enter to win.
she was a spokeswoman for Muriel cigars for 4 or 5 years.
Wow. Still with us, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think she ever really smoked them. She just pretended.
Pretended. All right. Well, KXRK Provo. We're going to take a break. We will be back with some geek news for you. We got Boner of the Day on the way. Let's see. Have we heard from Brian Welch yet? We have not.
No.
We're scheduled to have Brian Welch from Korn calling in.
At 8 o'clock. but
Maybe yes, maybe no.
If that doesn't happen, maybe we'll talk trees.
Yeah, maybe. Beat Gina on the way. All that and more. Stand by.
This Halloween. to Jazz Pivot,
Pour me a scotch, will you please?
brought to you by Scotch.
Like scotch and
All of
soda.
it.
Scotch and soda. Jigger a gin. Oh, what a rare mood I'm in.
Tonight on Jazz Pivot, we'll be exploring Charles Mingus and the social political ramifications of. Oh wait, there's my music.
Carrie, you could
Jazz Pivot.
Carrie, you could pivot to
because
the
you have
jazz
COVID.
pivot.
Only because you have COVID.
It's because it's
Oh.
rested in my throat,
Yeah.
and my sinuses.
Yeah, your voice is deeper.
That works. I like that.
By the way, if you hadn't guessed, Carrie's broadcasting from home because he has the COVID. But the connection, I mean, you sound great, other than husky. You still feel about the same as yesterday, or a little worse, or better? Or
I'm feeling a jazz pivot coming on. No, I my head is exploding. Here, this will help here. There we go.
Yeah.
My head is exploding. My sinuses are trying to kill me.
No.
My throat is sore.
You couldn't breathe last night, probably.
Actually, I was okay last night. A little NyQuil, a little NyQuil will do you. And I was able to sleep through most of the night. Here's what I've discovered about this, and Ed Brass texted me and warned me about this.
Mm-hmm.
He said the best way to get through this is to sleep.
Just sleep it off.
Sleep through all of it.
If you can, yeah.
So if I can today, I'm going to try to sleep through all of it.
Yeah, just when you get off the air, just go have a little warm drink and then go to bed.
Although I've got to meet somebody in a parking lot to get my Paxlovid. So. And that's not a joke, folks.
Brandon in Ogden. I don't think this is Grandpa Brandon. It's a different Brandon.
Different Brandon?
In Ogden.
Ogden.
It's Ogden, Brandon.
About these trees. Apparently they're all gone.
Oh.
They've been given away. So y'all need to come down and get them today and put them in the ground as soon as possible. And also, this is an adoption, so I want photos, all right?
Oh, good idea. Carrie received
a
an
yearly letter on their birthday?
Yes, sure.
Carrie received an overshipment of trees from a mail order company. And
and remember, they'll grow up to 30 feet. So
be careful where you put them.
Yes, be very careful. All right. We do have Boner of the Day coming up, along with Big Boy News. Stand by for it. But Geek News now, brought to you by.
If you're into Magic, Dungeons and Dragons, or Pokemon, Hastur has it. Hastur also has dice, miniatures, lots of entertaining board games. Go check them out. Hastur Games, 6831 South State. Get store hours and more at HasturGames.com.
All right, we're going to lead with a story that is of great importance to me because we do the show for us. I'm sorry, you guys just get to listen, but we do the show for us. And this was all over Geek Twitter yesterday. As people know, Daredevil is one of my favorite Marvel Comics characters, and I loved the Netflix Daredevil series. It was terrific, and it was perfect. So Disney acquires the rights back from Netflix for Daredevil. They say we're going to do an 18-episode series called Daredevil Born Again.
Okay.
And they started shooting.
Okay.
Of course, they had to stop because of the strikes.
Right.
Well, during this downtime, Kevin Feige and a bunch of the people at Marvel Studios, they started to look at the footage and putting the episodes together.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they decided, this isn't working.
It's
how
amazing to get that
they?
far into it.
They were halfway done.
Huh. And who was in it?
It's all the people from the Netflix series. Charlie Cox as Matt Murdock, and Vincent D'Onofrio, who is perfect as the Kingpin.
Huh.
They even had the Punisher coming back. They had all that set up. But they got looking at it. Fewer than half of the episodes have been shot, but that was enough for them. They said it's just not working, so they're trashing it all and starting over. And apparently this is a bigger story. Marvel's been having a little hit and miss problems with their TV properties. And so upon a closer examination, they realized what we're doing is we're making really long movies.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be doing that. We should be approaching this as
it's a TV show.
They're TV shows, and we should do it that way.
That's a thought.
Like have more cliffhangers at the end.
You should you should start with a pilot.
Yeah.
And then have a showrunner whose vision of the show, goes through the whole series. So that's what they've done. But so now they've quietly fired Chris Ord and Matt Coleman, who are the directors of the remaining part of the season. They're on the hunt now for new writers and directors for the show. It's the first feature from the Netflix series that they've decided to do. They plan to keep some scenes and episodes, though other serialized elements will be injected. These guys, Corman and Ord, will become executive producers on the two-season series as it moves forward. Marvel making more concrete changes on how it makes TV.
That's interesting.
Showrunners is the way it goes. That's just the way that they're going to do it. It's funny. The studio plans on having full-time TV execs rather than having executives straddle both television and film.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what they've been doing.
So we're going to be a TV show all the way.
There's been this kind of committee that handles all the Marvel projects. And so they're going, okay, TV's over there now. You do TV. But that did not affect Loki. Boy, people love the Loki show. Season 2, solid opening for Disney Plus, according to internal viewing data. Of course, this is the numbers that they will let you see. Season 2 premiere of Loki Season 2, 10.9 million views worldwide over its first 3 days, plus a few hours. So they're saying that is a massive success. So they're very happy with that. They may not do TV right, but they do approach Loki like a big movie. They really do.
Yeah.
Because it's tied right to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Speaking of Disney Plus, they said no to the Spiderwick Chronicles. It was all produced and ready to go, and they said no.
I don't understand. That's a popular kids series.
Well, maybe it wasn't any good.
They just didn't like it, or they didn't want to pay for it or something. I don't know what. But don't worry if you're a fan of those books and you want to see this show. Well, good news. It's been picked up. Bad news is by the Roku channel. So, because I tried to watch Toast of Tinseltown last night and it just did not work.
You couldn't get it to work.
Well, I got to bring my Roku in from another TV.
Oh, it won't. They won't talk to each other.
It's a whole thing. We tried to get them to talk to each other and it just wouldn't work. But all of this Disney situation, just another bit of a word for you. They're raising their prices again at Disneyland and Disney World.
Yeah.
Because they're prepping a $60 billion parks investment and expansion situation.
I don't know how families afford it.
I don't either.
They save up all year and they borrow money. And
I guess. At Disney World, the price of an annual pass will rise between $40 and $50, depending on the pass.
Jeez.
So that tops out at about $1,500 for the Incredipass Pass. Parking at the parks going up from $25 to $30. That's in Florida. It says they are not raising prices at Disney World for its date-based tickets, which is the lowest price ticket. The lowest price ticket, $109. Disneyland prices are rising for almost every ticket option. Daily and multi-day tickets will see price between 4% and 15%. The most price hikes in the 7% to 9% range. The least expensive ticket option will remain at $104, which is the same price it's been since 2019. Oh, well, thank you. The price on its Magic Key annual pass will rise between 3% and 21%. They say we're raising prices, but don't worry, we're going to make the parks better.
Sure.
But it's just, that's the ticket price. That's just
Yeah.
You're going to spend so much more there when you're
Exactly.
just eating and
the
parking.
food is
and-
expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, the food has gotten better, but it's more expensive now.
Did you mention that they're even raising parking prices?
Yeah, the parking passes are going up as well. Let's see. Let's move on from Disney properties then. Rick and Morty, the new season starts on, Sunday, the 15th. And Dan Harmon, one of the co-creators of the show, says, I think it would be cool if we did a movie, he said, some time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess who called him?
Who?
Zack Snyder.
Oh, okay.
Rick and Morty?
He was called in to discuss doing a Rick and Morty film, and Dan Harmon says, now, it wasn't Zack Snyder saying I get to do it or anything like that. He's just a fan.
I see.
And he said, is there any way I can help get this movie started by using my Snyder-ness?
I know people.
Yeah, I know a few people. He says, so the Rick and Morty movie is coming as soon as Zack Snyder gets back from his vacation because I want to start a Snyder cut of that movie, and I want the director's cut of the Snyder cut released so we can have a 6-hour Rick and Morty movie with 3 hours of it in black and white.
Holy cow.
That's what he's saying.
He's kidding.
Yeah, he's kidding.
What is the Zack Snyder project that's
it's
on streaming or soon to be on streaming?
It's coming soon. It's in December. It's Star Wars.
Wars?
Essentially Star Wars. He wrote a Star Wars script. Disney said, thanks, no. And so he took it, changed the names. And
so it's a space opera.
It's a big space opera. I can't recall the name of it. Oh, yeah. Oh, and I'm going to apologize right now to something.
Uh-oh.
So Star Trek Prodigy, which is the Star Trek cartoon for kids, designed to get them hooked on Star Trek, was canceled at Paramount Plus after the first season. The second season's still midway through production. They just said, nope. So the fans got together and hired an airplane to fly over Netflix with Save Star Trek Prodigy on the big thing.
That doesn't work. Why?
No, I'm apologizing because it did work. Netflix picked it up.
Really?
They said, yeah, we'll take your Star Trek Prodigy, finish the rest of that season, and we'll take it. So it's going to wind up on your Netflix. So I apologize to the fans when I said that will never work, because it did. There you go.
There's a rain-snow mix in some areas, mostly up in the canyon. Sardine Canyon has it. You might need to use a little caution traveling between Logan and Brigham City. Crash southbound I-15, milepost 336. This is in Sunset, off to the right shoulder. Crash eastbound SR 201 at Redwood Road. That is off to the right shoulder as well. And what are you seeing out on the roads? You can text us and let us know, 33986. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Owner of the day coming up.
Yes, here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, I am a whole female. I have lady parts. Boner candidate number 2, well, I guess I don't care who paid for it, really, but nobody needs a $19,000 lectern. And boner candidate number 3, to say she lacks the temperament to be a judge is too kind.
Rebel Moon is the Zack Snyder space show.
Thank you.
Yeah, the big space show. All right, we will take a break. We'll have a song, and we'll be back with Boner of the Day after the standby. Mark Miller Subaru.
I've got a brand new Subaru. I've been driving it for 2 days now. I got it at Mark Miller Subaru.
This is a different one.
Yeah, this is the Subaru Forester.
Oh.
I really like it. It's small, it's compact, it's sporty. It really, really is, and it's got all the bells and whistles you could possibly want. And it's a Subaru. If you want to rent one, try it out. Experience the 2024 Subaru Forester. Just go to marksmillersubaru.com. There's a rent icon there. It's got, of course, standard all-wheel drive, state-of-the-art safety features like blind spot detection, pre-collision systems, driver focus mitigation, and it's a great car for your next journey. Why don't you rent one and check it out? Take a little road trip in one. Go to markmillersubaru.com, click on the rental icon there, and you can rent a Subaru very easily from Mark Miller Subaru. Or you can go into the dealership, Midtown or Southtown. markmillersubaru.com, the rental icon. It's more than just a rental car. It is a Subaru. The newest season of The Crown on Netflix, and they were interviewing, the New York Times was interviewing Dominic West, who plays now King Charles, although he's playing him as Prince Charles.
This is back when Princess Diana died. It's that kind of time frame.
And Elizabeth Debicki, who's playing Diana. And they say to Elizabeth, the interviewer says, what was it like wearing Diana's amazing clothes? Well, I don't think that's a silly question because it's so much a part of the character. It's fascinating what makes somebody iconic and what makes their wardrobe iconic. Princess Diana was so iconic and so cool, the kind of cool I could never be. It came from her in this sense of, I will create a narrative that is separate to the one that I can speak about, and I will do it with my clothing. And the interviewer says, well, how difficult was it to master Diana's signature gaze?
It's a little chin down and a little...
Not as hard as you would think, said Debicki. It comes perhaps alarmingly too natural. I have no idea what a signature gaze is, but I would like to learn, because I think we should all have one. We should have a signature gaze. I can't really see what you're doing.
It's a little chin down to the side, and
that looks just like you have a toothache or something. I can't. But what would you do for a signature gaze?
I don't know. I think I'd need someone to tell me what my signature gaze
because
is.
Because
I can't see my signature gaze.
Because she's a little self-conscious, so it's a little...
when she wouldn't make eye contact, she kind of looked to the side.
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like over... That's why her head's kind of tilted to the side and kind of looking at you up through her lashes, kind of.
Oh, I've seen her do that. Yeah, okay. Now I see that.
So that's her signature gaze. Yeah. But so I think we should all develop... I think I know what mine would be. I'm just gonna look at people cross-eyed. Like.
I don't think that it's painful.
Actually,
if you do
that
hurts.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
I don't like that.
A signature gaze.
Signature gaze. I have $1 million scowl.
Let's see. Can you do it on command for $1 million? Is that? Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Carrie can be scary without saying a word. That's true.
Pretty good.
It's true.
I don't know.
Everyone in this building is frightened of me, and I've never said a word to them. It's not because I'm mean; it's because I'm shy and I don't have anything to say.
And it's like resting bitch face. That's kind of the same thing.
Exactly.
Maybe I have a signature gaze or facial expression, and I don't know what it is.
Now, the chat room is saying Bill's signature gaze involves yelling. I don't know if that's
with my mouth wide open and my hand in the air.
It's not quiet.
Like signature
Somebody's
gaze.
offering to be our signature gaze. No, not
G-A-Y-Z.
No.
They both Dominic West and Ms. Debicki said that they had movement coaches to try and capture Charles and Diana's movements.
Oh, yeah.
And it's interesting. It says, West says, I realized that watching Prince Charles, Prince at the time, he's always pointing. Like he'll get out of a car and he'll start pointing. He walks along to someplace and he points at something and then he'll point at something else. And he says it's because I think he's just trying to misdirect things. He wants to draw attention away from himself.
Oh,
that's a good idea.
So he points at stuff.
I'm going to start doing that.
Yeah, and he says, and then Elizabeth Debicki said, I had to at one point I had to say to Dom, would you quit pointing at everything?
No, this is my thing.
But it looks. So here's the thing. I wonder if this has something to do with it, because everywhere he goes, he's getting his picture taken.
Yeah.
The second he gets.
Yeah.
So, I was with my Uncle Tom once, who's a musician, and who gets his picture taken a lot with people, and we were standing with him getting our picture taken, and he was pointing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what are you doing? And he said, when you have your picture taken 1,000,000 times and you're always just standing there, it looks better if there's a bunch of pictures of you out that you're doing something in the picture. So
Dominic West said he's always pointing, and I realized it's a clever technique when he's going through a crowd. He points to people, and he's able to make people feel like, oh, this.
I see you.
They've made a connection with him. So I adopted a lot of pointing. And then they asked him, was it difficult, and now that Prince Charles is King Charles III, do you find yourself playing him any differently? And he said, well, I was hoping I'd get a raise.
Oh,
but that
well,
was...
and you know what? The king's not going to point. That's not a king thing to do. I bet he doesn't point.
You think he'll stop pointing now that he's the king?
I don't think
you think
so.
he'll be that aware of it?
Yeah, I wonder.
Or does he have to try anymore now that he has the job?
Yeah,
he has to try even more.
They're not going to fire him.
Yeah.
He gets paid the same no matter whether anybody likes him or not.
Yeah, he has to try. You know, I think the royal family, people don't know how much they're worth exactly, but the estimation is that it's like among the richest.
Yeah.
You know, dynasties,
stuff
families
gets passed
in the world.
down, and they've owned huge parts of the planet.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm sure they.
It's you haven't really watched The Crown, have you? I didn't think I would like it, and then I started watching it, and it's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's and it gives you kind of an insight into the whole British Empire.
The closest I'll come to watching The Crown is the Great British Baking Show. That's the closest that I will.
I haven't been watching that lately. Apparently, they did a Mexican
themed,
which was a
they
disaster.
Did it wrong. They did it wrong.
Wasn't a disaster. They just what they think of as
they
Mexican is, I'd love to bring all of them here and show them.
There's a crash, I-15 southbound near Shepherd Lane overpass in Farmington. The semi is blocking the right lane, and a couple other vehicles are on the right shoulder. Traffic is at a crawl, and roads are wet. We were just looking out the window here. It's actually raining pretty hard downtown
it is,
Salt Lake. That could be affecting your commute. A lot of slowage coming around Point of the Mountain, northbound I-15 into Draper, and then another pocket of it northbound I-15 through Murray. That's due to an earlier accident. Just know that weather's probably going to be part of your commute this morning. If you see something, if you want to be our signature gay or whatever, you can text us 33988.
A lot of people volunteering to be our signature gays.
Well, no, it's not GAYS.
Well, I don't know. I think we should start a
maybe
fan club specifically for
our signature gays.
I think it'd be a great idea.
Yeah, all right.
Day. In 1981, U2 released their second studio album, October is the name of it, featuring the songs Without a Shout, Rejoice, Fire, I Fall Down, and that song, Gloria. All right. Time now for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, October 12, 2023? We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a Can't Buy It, Got to Win It, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. I'm a whole female. I have lady parts. Staten Island, New York, woman buying pot from a local deli got into a misunderstanding with the cashier who ended up macing her, dragging her outside by her hair, kicking her in the head, and mistakenly calling her trans. The shocking caught-on-video attack has left Jasmine Adams traumatized, her distress compounded by no arrests being made at this point. But on Monday, she moved a step closer to possible justice when her lawyer, Robert Brown, filed a discrimination suit in the Staten Island Supreme Court against the West Brighton Deli Grocery and Grill. The suit alleges that Ms. Adams, who is bisexual, was attacked because the cashier perceived the plaintiff to be transgender. The NYPD confirmed that Ms. Adams provided the same account to police when she reported the incident. Even if I was transvestite, what does that have to do with anything? Asked Adams.
It doesn't.
Why were you so comfortable putting your hands on me? I wasn't being aggressive. I didn't have a weapon. I was a customer. The worker has been fired, but the store has not cooperated in helping to identify who the worker is. Adams is a mother of two who manages a home for disabled adults. She had stopped at the grocery to buy marijuana for a friend. Now, weed's been legal in New York since 2021, but so far there are only 9 dispensaries in New York licensed to sell marijuana, and so hundreds of other stores are illegally selling it anyway. She's not a smoker. She had her friend on the phone as she made the $40 purchase, asking questions to make sure she was making the right weed choice. The clerk mistook her conversation as an attempt to haggle for a lower price. I said it wasn't about the price. I was just trying to figure out what I was buying. So I paid, and he sucked his teeth and got mad at me and threw the marijuana packet on the floor. He said I was trying to get him fired and he was going to call the cops. I said, call the cops. I just want my money back. And then I heard him call me a transvestite, and I'm like, transvestite? I'm a whole female. I have lady parts.
This whole thing is a mess.
But he maced her in the face. She ran outside, and he grabbed her by her hair, dragged her down the stairs, and then there were people outside going, my God, you don't need to do that to her. On and on and on, and they don't have a suspect. Boner candidate number 1. I'm a whole female. I have lady parts. Here's boner candidate number 2. You know, I guess I don't care who paid for it, really, but nobody needs a $19,000 lectern. This is Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas, facing some of the sharpest scrutiny of her early tenure after a public records request revealed that her office had bought a lectern for $19,000. You know, a podium that she can give her news conferences. And a whistleblower accused the office of altering records to cover up the spending. Late last month, it came to light that the state had purchased the lectern and an accompanying traveling case in June, so you can pack it up and take it with you, you know, to governor events around the state.
Jesus.
Paying $19,029.25 to Beckett Evans, LLC, an events management company with ties to Ms. Sanders.
Of course.
Paying herself?
Yeah, essentially. She has some interest in that company. The information was obtained by Matthew Campbell, a lawyer and blogger who had filed a broad public records request.
If just a regular person wanted to buy a lectern, does it cost them $19,000?
Nope.
I don't know.
Nope.
Now, according to documents shared online by Sarah Huckabee Sanders officials, spokespeople, the Republican Party of Arkansas reimbursed the state for the lectern. But still, it's a $19,000 lectern, and Sarah Huckabee Sanders has, you know,
connection,
stock in the company, maybe.
Yeah,
I've got a picture of the lectern here.
Is it really nice?
It's got fake wood paneling on it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's.
Does it fly?
It should with that price.
Oh, look, you know, it takes selfies. No, I don't. Boner candidate number 2. I guess I don't care who paid for it, really, but nobody needs a $19,000 lectern. Coming up in a minute, boner candidate number 3. To say, quote, she lacks the temperament to be a judge, unquote, is too kind.
Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
Check out Taylor Swift's Eras Tour concert film at Broovies. Starting this Friday, get a 2-for-1 admission on a non-Taylor Swift film, 20% off pizzas, 50% off apps from 6 to 8, and $1 off draft beer. Get tickets at broovies.com. This is 21 and older.
Well, I have good news. According to some October 5th court documents obtained by People magazine, the United States Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit has chosen to affirm the 19 Kids and Counting alum's Josh Duggar's previous judgment in his child pornography case. He will continue to serve out his sentence of more than 12.5 years, remaining in prison through October 2nd, 2023.
Good, he's gross.
Slime. Duggar was arrested by Homeland Security. He was being held without bond in an Arkansas jail, you know, where Sarah Huckabee Sanders has a $19,000 lectern. 8 months later, the former reality star was found guilty of receiving and possessing child sexual abuse material. Sentenced to, in May of 2022, he's been serving out his sentence in Seagoville Texas. He won't. Well, I guess he'll be out in August of 2032. He had requested that the court overturn his conviction, but they said no, nope, not going to do it.
Rotten jail.
Yeah. Well, a Utah woman who's charged with murdering her husband is claiming that she can't be given a fair trial, claiming prosecutorial misconduct. Defense attorneys are asking the court to dismiss all charges against Corey Darden Richens, who's facing trial for allegedly killing her husband with a lethal dose of fentanyl. In the motion filed Wednesday, Richens' legal team mainly focused on the Walk the Dog letter, which is a 6-page handwritten letter that prosecutors labeled in publicly available court documents as witness tampering. The Summit County Attorney's Office claimed that the letter, which for unknown reasons had Walk the Dog written in large font on the top of the first page, included instructions from Ms. Richens to her mother, asking her mother to have Ms. Richens' brother give false testimony. In the letter, Richens said to instruct her brother to repeat, quote, Eric told so-and-so that he got the pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico, from workers on the ranch. Richens has since claimed that this letter was not written to her mother, but rather as part of a fictional book she's writing. But she is an author because she wrote a book about handling grief after she had allegedly...
kids, a children's book.
Yeah, after she had allegedly murdered her husband.
She did it. She totally
with fentanyl. The motion also claims the letter was likely obtained in an illegal search. The police report used by the prosecutors claims Summit County jail personnel found the letter folded up inside of a book. Defense counters that was not the case. They say it was in an envelope titled Sky Lazaro, attorney privilege, and had no crease marks. So they're asking the judge to dismiss all the charges. That is not happening. A man was arrested after he allegedly tried to lure female high school students into his car on the campus of a West Valley City High School. Jonathan Martinez Calada, multiple charges is facing, including criminal trespassing, possession of a deadly weapon, drug-related charges, so on. Probable cause statement details that Mr. Collada followed 2 female students near the school, told them to get into his car, saying the father of one of the girls had sent him to pick them up. You're dead. You're dead. You know, he sent me.
You're dead.
And they knew each other from Instagram. I think what that means is that he knows he said, I know your dad because I'm friends with him on Instagram. However, when he reached into a backpack, both girls were able to escape and run to the high school. Collada followed them, filmed them. Wow. It was at Granger High. Officers later looked at his phone. Yep, there was. They found brass knuckles in his belongings and financial transaction cards. I think that means debit cards and stuff, not belonging to him, as well as fake police badges and IDs. Oh, there you go. 2 kids were hospitalized in Ogden. Teenage boys recovering from gunshot wounds after a shooting in Ogden late Tuesday night. Police said they received reports of shots fired near the 600 block of Cross Street. They arrived and found a 14 and a 16-year-old, both with gunshot wounds. The officers administered first aid, and then they were taken to the hospital, non-life-threatening injuries. It was not specified whether the 2 kids shot each other or whether there was another suspect. Officials said the incident appeared to be isolated, no threat to the public, and I guess they must not be talking because House Republicans have nominated Representative Steve Scalise.
Oh, David Duke without the baggage.
Yeah, that's what he called himself. The current House Majority Leader is their next candidate to become Speaker of the House. Let's see if that will go through.
Probably not.
It remains to be seen whether enough people will vote for him.
David Duke without the baggage is still David Duke.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Senator John Fetterman ripped some Republicans in Congress when Stephen Colbert asked him a question on his excellent meme game during Wednesday's broadcast of The Late Show.
I got the audio if you want that.
Yeah.
Let me
he was he was dressed in his shorts and his athletic shoes, and he looked pretty good, I have to say. He looked healthy for a change. Some of the last pictures of a month or 2 ago, he looked kind of ill.
Is it awkward to be in the Capitol and then run into people that you have put up a devastating meme about because you've got excellent meme game, but then you have to see these people in the cafeteria?
No, it's you all should need to know that America is not sending their best and brightest, to Washington, D.C. Yes. Like sometimes you literally just can't believe, these people are making the decisions that are, determining the government here. It's actually scary too. And, before the government almost shut down, it came down to a couple hours. I was in my office and they finally came over from the House and they're like, okay, well, this has to be unanimous in the Senate. And out of 99 of us, if one single one of us would have said no, the whole government would have shut down. And that's how dangerous that is, to put that kind of power in one's hands, because you have some very less gifted kinds of people there that are willing to shut down the government just to score points on Fox.
That's what it is, right?
Exactly right.
He's got it right.
I like John Fay.
And finally, this Stouffer's,
Yes.
the frozen food people.
Yes.
They are releasing. I wish the story was. Now I can't do it.
They're down in Springville.
Are they? Their main is.
They have a plant down there. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to.
It may be their main plant. I'm not sure.
They're going to release an advent calendar.
An advent calendar.
Yeah, and it's full of frozen food apparently.
A frozen
you
food
keep
advent
it.
calendar?
You keep it in the freezer.
I guess the story is truncated here, and I can't quite make it out.
You're teasing us with.
Yeah,
food.
I'm trying to picture how this works.
It's filled with different Stouffer's favorites: family-sized macaroni and cheese, family meat and sauce, all kinds. I wish I could give you a better version of the story, but it got cut off here, and I can't read all of it. Let me try this.
You're a food.
There we go. There we
Oh,
go. Okay. It says the entree and side dish filled Stouffer's Comfort Calendar. The calendar comes in a gingerbread-style house. Is filled with 7 different Stouffer favorites, including family large-sized lasagna, chicken, bacon, ranch bowl, Stouffer's pepperoni French bread pizza, which is pretty good. It says the company says that it will be available on the Stouffer's website. It doesn't say whether you keep it in the.
Well, you have to.
Or
You
maybe.
have to.
Yeah. There's no other.
Keep it in the snowbank outside.
I don't. Yeah. It doesn't say.
Okay. Weather, traffic.
It's cold and wet. 44 right now. Only going to get up to 51 for a high today. Gradual clearing tonight, but we'll have about 60% chance of showers happening throughout the day today. Then tomorrow, sunny and 61, and it looks like by the weekend we'll be back up into the 70s, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Traffic has been pretty good this morning. Let me refresh this, see if anything new has happened. That's kind of surprising because we do have some wet roads out there. Yeah, no new accidents reported. A friend of the program says it's snowing up Big Cottonwood Canyon, about 2 inches on the trail at Silver Lake, which is impressive. I don't see any accidents, though, which is also impressive. If you do see something, you can let us know. Text it to us, 33986. Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. They accept most private insurance. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
Here's all it says about the Stouffer's frozen food advent calendar. The company said that the entrees and sides have been packed with space saving in mind.
Oh, so they're small.
So that you can put it in the freezer.
So they're smaller. Okay.
I guess. All right, here
it is.
What does it say?
Individually wrapped numbered boxes placed in the freezer where you can find room. The advent calendar just tells you which one to eat.
Okay.
You don't put the whole calendar in the...
Well, I don't...
I know.
Okay. Here's boner candidate number 3. To say she lacks the temperament to be a judge is to be too kind. This is a story about a judge named Tracy Soderstrom. This is in somewhere, Oklahoma. Soderstrom was sworn in on January 9th after being elected in November. She was suspended with pay pending the outcome of a hearing by the court on the judiciary. The pattern of conduct that she has done demonstrates her gross negligence of duty, gross partiality and oppression. The conduct further demonstrates her lack of temperament to serve as a judge. Well, what did she do?
Yeah, what did she do?
Well, she was hearing a murder trial. Christian Tyler Marzal was convicted of second-degree manslaughter in the death of the son of his girlfriend, and was sentenced to time served. Martzell's girlfriend and the mother of the child, Judith Denker, pleaded guilty to enabling child abuse. As she was hearing the trial, it was noted that Judge Soderstrom was texting throughout the entire trial. As a matter of fact, 500 different texts.
What?
Her texts included comments questioning whether a juror was wearing a wig, if a witness had his teeth, and calling a police officer who testified pretty. I could look at him all day. Her text also included saying the prosecutor was the court clerk. The prosecutor was sweating through his coat, and why does he have baby hands? The text described the defense attorney as awesome and asked, "Can I clap for her?" Also, she noted that one of the bailiff had a small, one of the prosecuting attorneys probably has a small penis.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
500 different texts.
There's a picture of her there in action.
During this trial. To say she lacks the temperament to be a judge is too kind.
Wow. All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. I'm a whole female. I have lady parts. This Staten Island woman who got into a dust-up with a clerk in a deli where she was buying some marijuana on Staten Island. And he kind of beat her up, and apparently he thought she was trans, and that's why he did.
Either way.
Boner candidate number 2, I guess I don't care who paid for it really, but nobody needs a $19,000 lectern. But apparently Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who was a hideous person,
yes,
she bought one, and from a company that she has some interest in. And boner candidate number 3, to say she lacks the temperament to be a judge is too kind.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, October 12, 2023? All you have to do is, we'll start with the texting. 1, 2, or 3. Remember which candidate you think should win. 1, 2, or 3. Put that single digit of the one that you think should win in the message of a text. That's all we need in the message, is just that number. Text that to 33986. Easy to do. Even easier is to call Katie in the producer's booth, and she'll take your live voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner of the Day, October 12, 2023, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It'll appear. Click and vote. Pretty easy to do it that way as well. You better get on it, though. You only have like 4 minutes to do it, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day. We got a few minutes here. How was your trip to California?
Yeah, I took my daughter Jonesy to California with one of her friends to see this performer Rule, who I didn't know anything about.
RUEL.
Yes. Right? And performed at the Shrine Expo Hall on the USC campus. And the hall reminded me of Saltaire.
Oh, really?
Same size, same shape, same setup there.
Okay.
And it was packed.
Of course.
But it's a standing show. There are no chairs there.
Oh, okay.
Which is a problem for remain seated Gina Barberi.
Yes.
So go with her friend, and they found a place in the crowd where they wanted to stand.
Mm-hmm.
And he is like this positive, you should be nice to yourself, and like all of his songs are very,
uplifting
and inclusive,
and you know what, now that you say that, it doesn't surprise me, because knowing your daughter,
he's the non-Mormon David Archuleta.
I mean, this, you would have thought it was the Beatles, the way these girls were screaming and crying, and they love Rule. He's just nice, a nice boy.
So did you do what you said you were going to do, and that is stand at the back of the room with the parents?
So I stayed with her for a bit, and it's weird going to a show where you don't know any of the music at all.
Yeah.
And like it's like 4 or 5 songs in. I'm like, how does he have all these? He did like 17 or 18 songs. I'm like, this is nice, but
it all sounds alike.
So I wandered to the back where the parents were. Actually, speaking of parents, when we were going into the venue, they were checking people and they were saying to people, no vape pens, no smoke, no alcohol, and they were checking everybody as they came in, and the girls went ahead of me and they said that to them, no smoke, no vape, no, and then they saw me and they're like, oh, you're here with your mom, have a good time. And I'm like, am I so obviously the mom?
So this would have
in this crowd, yeah.
This would not have been the venue. Yesterday I was out and about, day before yesterday I was out and about and received 3 or 4 comments on the shirt I was wearing, which said, and they were all positive, keep music evil. You've seen me wear that shirt. This would not have been the venue for me to be wearing that shirt.
No.
Or would it have been?
No. But I lucked out. So I went to the bathroom, and in the bathroom there was a folding chair. Just sitting there.
Waiting for you. Did it say Gina on it somewhere?
It kind of did.
That's why you went to the bathroom. You heard the chair calling your name.
Gina, I'm in here. Come in here.
Mr. Scott, beam me down a chair.
So you removed the chair?
I just left it. I sat in the bathroom in the folding chair.
Well, I would have taken the
for
chair
a
out.
couple of songs. Not very long.
You didn't take the folding chair out?
No, because then I didn't want security to be like, hey, this is a no folding chair.
Because that's weirder to me that you're sitting in the bathroom on a folding
That's really
chair.
weird.
That's, to me, that's...
I don't know anybody there.
Yeah, which
just a couple of songs.
All right.
I didn't need to hear all 18 songs.
We need to do something that will get Gina in trouble someday. Because you've never really been in trouble.
Why do you want me to get in trouble?
Everybody needs to get in trouble at least once.
But it's not fun getting in trouble.
Well, it's not fun at the time, but it's great stories afterwards, and you don't have any of those.
I just told a great one. I sat on a folding chair in a bathroom. That's fun.
Yeah, that's exciting.
No one else did that at the show. I'm the only person there.
That's an adventure,
That's
Dina.
living outside. I'll tell
You know how I feel about bathrooms. I'm not super comfortable there in public bathrooms.
Boy,
That was
really-
a dangerous thing to sit in the bathroom.
All right, 7:48. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by, well, I've settled into soup season, and I had a Spanish-style lentil and chorizo soup for dinner last night.
Did you dip some bread in that?
I had used some tortilla chips.
Oh, that's good too.
That's good.
And Baseco is the first name in foundation stabilization in Utah. Is that just a crack in the wall, or is it a sign of a major issue? Are your windows or doors sticking? Does any area of the floor slope? Level up with Baseco, Utah's highest quality foundation stabilization and repair. Schedule a free assessment today at baseco.net. That's BASECO.net.
Well, it was quite a fight between Boner candidate number 1. I'm a whole female. I have lady parts. And number 3, to say that she lacks the temperament to be a judge is too kind.
Wow.
They duked it
That is
out.
close, yeah.
Each one got over 100 votes, but by 5 votes, the winner was Boner candidate number 3 to say she lacks the temperament to be a judge is too kind.
That was a good one. All right, that's your Boner of the Day for today, October 12, 2023. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be announced tomorrow when Dave the Flower Guy comes in here at about 9:50 and just tells us who Boner of the Week is. Ah, the mayor's on the phone.
Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall?
Yes.
Ah, good morning, Madam
Tis
Mayor.
I.
How are you?
Tis I. I am well. and I'm in the soup mood myself.
Well, it's time to
really
settle into soup season.
Autumnal day.
Yeah, settle into soup season. I'm going to have soup for several nights in a row, I think.
I might have it for breakfast.
Oh. You mean it's not just for dinner anymore?
No, it's good cold,
Yeah,
good hot.
that's true. Where do you
It's a good
stand
pot.
on soup as a meal or soup as just a side?
No, soup is absolutely a meal.
It can be a
especially when you put as much fattening product as I do into a lot of
Yeah,
soup.
well, you load it up.
Now we've got the important things covered.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall. Let's go to your talking points, the things you wanted to get off your chest, so to speak. Temporary shelter. Temporary
Yeah,
shelter.
we announced this just after the last time you let me onto your show, and it is the first of its kind in Utah. So it's not a tiny home community, but it's a pod, and it's a temporary shelter option that's a lower barrier than the homeless resource centers, but also gives people the individualized separate spaces that, is really requisite for a lot of folks who can't say yes for a number of reasons to a cot in a room with 40 or 50 other individuals.
It says 50 pods at a temporary site. How can you describe these pods?
Yeah, imagine a 8 by 20-ish shipping container with a wall down the middle inside, doors on either end.
Okay.
It's insulated. It has a mini split, so it's heated and cooled on each side. A door that locks, a bed, and just enough space for people's things. Then there'll be communal restrooms, and they'll be able to eat together in a communal setting as well. And these first 6 months is at a temporary site, which is on city-owned land, while the state prepares a more permanent site. So these pods will be able to be moved over to a more permanent location. And we intend for these to be transitional shelters, so moving people into housing. But anyone who's there when the shelter moves to a more permanent site will be able to go to the new site as well.
I think this is excellent.
April.
The guy who's sleeping in our breezeway every morning here at work, just curled up against the wall.
Yeah.
He could go, this would be a much nicer situation for him, a bed and a place to put his stuff.
So I think people need to know that there's lots of different solutions for homelessness, and like Mayor Mendenhall was saying, it's not always just a cot in a room with lots of people. Some people want a little space where they can lock a door and have some privacy.
And then there's some 600 more beds coming online for winter for homeless residents.
That's right. Yeah, twice as many as we've had basically since the road home, the old one closed downtown. And those begin opening at St. Vincent de Paul on Monday of next week. And then over the course of the month into the middle of November, the other beds will start coming online at different locations. And a shout out to West Valley City, who's hosting a great deal of those beds. This is the first time they've participated in the shelter system at all. And also to Sandy City Council last Tuesday, they voted to approve the use of what was a hotel to become transitional housing for the medically vulnerable, who right now are either on the street or on a cot in a resource center. So these are big steps forward of the county and other cities recognizing their responsibility in this and stepping up to help out.
Mayor Mendenhall, it says here that yesterday that Coming Out Day was celebrated by the city and with the LGBTQ plus community?
Yeah, happy National Coming Out Day yesterday. And we celebrate it because we want to be active participants. We don't want to be bystanders in encouraging and welcoming and celebrating people being their authentic selves. So cheers to all of the nonprofits and organizations who help our community to do that. And a bunch of them joined us yesterday.
It says that Utah ranks third in the nation for our proportion of same-sex couples.
Is that right?
Yeah, and the Census Bureau does a pulse survey, and they estimate that almost 10% of Utahns are LGBTQ+.
Wow.
That's like, that's more than 300,000 people in the state of Utah.
That's amazing. And then finally, let's just open streets. How's it going? How's it going?
It's going great, and we want everyone to show up. So this is Main Street We call it open streets because it's open to basically everybody except cars. It's from South Temple to 4th South. It'll be through October 28th. It's Fridays and Saturdays from noon to 1 a.m. We close the streets to cars. There's a lot of fun happening out there. Downtown Alliance does a great job of bringing artists and musicians and silent disco and all sorts of stuff.
Yep.
But we want to hear from people because we want to do this permanently. And so you can go to mainslc.com and take a survey and tell us what you think, what you'd like to see if we're able to do this. And I think it's the right direction for Salt Lake City to have a totally pedestrian promenade through the middle of our city, especially if we're going to host a Winter Olympics.
Yeah. And go do that. What is it again, the website?
mainslc.com.
mainslc.com, and make sure you mention the fact that you'd like to see a swimming pool at one
no
one end
pool.
or the
Stop
other.
saying
I know
swimming
there's not
pool.
one now. I dream big, Gina. Dream
You want
big.
it full of soup, probably.
I want a swimming pool.
It's a soup pool.
Oh, yes.
For dogs.
All right. Mayor Mendenhall, thanks for chatting with us for a moment, and we will talk to you soon.
Always a pleasure.
Thank
you.
you. Bye-bye.
Traffic, Gina, please.
I'm amazed, pleasantly so, that there aren't more accidents this morning. In fact, I have none to tell you about, and you have none to tell me about. So I'm guessing things are great out there on the roads. If you see something that's not great, you can share it with us, 33986. The State Room presents Creating Music Memories. Check out Mason Jennings with Gabrielle Louise tonight at Commonwealth Room. Get tickets and the lineup at thestateroompresents.com.
Thank you very much, KXRK Provo. We will take a break. We'll be back. We got a list. We've got Beat Gina coming up. And we got some news and other things for you. I guess Gerke's going to swing by as well. Maybe he can take one of these trees.
I thought you gave them all away.
Yeah, they're all gone. They're all gone. Let's see. It's 7:56, KXRK Provo.
Well, we ought to remind people again we'll be in the Pride Parade on Sunday. And I wish I had a better memory as to how many years.
How many years we've been in the parade, doing the parade?
It's been.
I remember we had to fight to get into it.
Yeah, our management didn't think it would be a good idea for us to be
at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, the ownership of the station at that time said, we shouldn't be in a gay pride parade. I don't think so. Then finally talked them into it, and so they let us do it. Then they said, but they wouldn't let the country station.
They said, well, I don't think the country station.
And I was like, you never heard of a gay cowboy? That's never.
Brokeback Mountain.
Never, not even before that.
Well, the gay rodeo. That I don't think they have that anymore. But
I think they do. I did see something about that.
Oh, are they?
Is that right?
I forget the guy's name who was one of the organizers. I met him years ago and hung out with him for a while. Just the nicest old cowboy you could ever want to meet. He just skinny cowboy.
If you want to find out more about all the stuff going on for Pride, it starts today, and all the information is at utahpridecenter.org. We'll be in the parade on Sunday. But don't wait till Sunday to participate. You can do stuff all weekend there.
Yeah, there's music acts, and you can buy a VIP tickets that'll get you in all 3 days, and I think the VIP tickets come with like drink tickets and that kind of thing. So.
And if you're wondering what your ticket price goes for, this is to help out the Utah Pride Center. They provide all kinds of services for all ages of people. They're just there for you. They're a center that's fighting 12 months a year to help people that need that assistance.
Racking my brain now because we were talking about the gay rodeo, and there was a Marvel comic character. I read this and it was great. That it's been around forever as a cowboy. Two Gun Kid, I think, was the name of it. And then they retooled him and made him gay. And it was like a 4 or 5 issue limited series, and it was just so well done. Darwin Cook, I think, did the artwork on it. But then that reminded me that another comic book company got the rights to Snagglepuss. You remember the
Snagglepuss,
the cartoon panther?
Exit stage left.
And they wrote him with all the other Hanna-Barbera characters in the comic book as well. And he was a gay playwright in the 30s.
I can see that.
It was a great read, still available.
Yeah, Bill, the Utah Gay Rodeo. UtahGayRodeo.com. They're still around. Founded in 1979.
We had them on the show a while ago.
Yeah.
It's founded in 1979, operated as a group of local country western gays helping out the community.
Mm-hmm.
They're still around.
And they're nice guys. And,
June
and
16th through
gals.
the 18th at the Golden Spike Event Center, Crossroads of the West Rodeo.
Regional rodeo featuring there you go. Yeah. Well, I don't know if the country station should be in the
Yes,
I don't
of
know.
course they
Pride
should.
Parade. Are there gay cowboys?
Yes, there's
Really?
gay everything.
What?
I was going to say one of my best friends was a country music radio program director.
There's not
who's
some
gay.
segment where.
What, are there gay baseball players?
Yes.
How about gay mountain climbers?
Yes.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Gay policemen?
Yes.
What?
I know, right?
Gay farmers?
Uh-huh.
No
Yes.
gay farmers.
Nope, there are.
What?
Sure.
My worldview is shattered.
Zach reminds me, it was the Rawhide Kid, not the Two-Gun Kid. Rawhide Kid was Marvel's gay cowboy, yes.
That makes much more sense.
A little bit more sense.
The Rawhide Kid.
But a great read. It really was. All right, then. We will we'll take a break.
Gay board members?
Yes. Like Stephen Provo did. He just let us know, in Provo, he let us know there's a wreck at Center Street in Orem on the I-15 off-ramp.
All right.
I was going through some things here today, and I found a list that might be of some interest.
Okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
May I sponsor this list?
Sure.
Check out Taylor Swift's Eras Tour concert film at Bruvy starting this Friday. Get 2-for-1 admission on a non-Taylor Swift film, 20% off pizzas, 50% off apps from 6 to 8, and $1 off draft beer. You must be 21 or older. Get tickets at broovies.com.
This is the 10 most unintentionally funny movies of all time. Not supposed to be funny, but it's funny.
See, this is the distinct difference here. Is that I prefer a movie that was trying its best to be a movie.
Yeah.
And it winds up being terrible.
Yeah.
As opposed to like Sharknado.
Right.
The ones we're trying to make a bad movie.
I agree.
I it's not funny to me if you're trying to make a bad movie.
And I believe all of these movies are that.
Okay.
Most of them you've probably seen, or seen some of and went, no, I can't do it anymore. The number 10 on the list of 10 movies, Triple X, The Return of Xander Cage, in 2017. It featured questionable ratings and underwhelming narrative. The movie left much to be desired. According to some users, it had no business being as funny as it was. A now deleted account even described it as hilarious and claimed that they were laughing pretty hard in the theater during the whole thing.
Didn't mean to.
I didn't see that one. This one I saw part of and couldn't do it.
Okay.
Battlefield Earth.
Yeah, I
stupid human.
I tried to, and I just couldn't.
It was based on a novel written by L. Ron Hubbard, the Scientology founder.
Terrible
and,
writer.
What's his name?
John Travolta.
John Travolta's in it.
Yeah.
It says the film had some potential because the source material is actually beloved by many people.
Yeah.
Battlefield Earth became one of the most despised movies in the science fiction genre, with ruthless reviews to match. So one person said, "Man, I would see a sequel to this movie in a second because I was laughing the whole damn time. It was so bad." Jaws: The Revenge is number 8.
Yes.
1987.
Which one is that?
This one centers on now widowed Lorraine Gray, that's the sheriff's widow.
Yeah.
Roy Scheider's widow. And her undying belief that a great white shark is seeking revenge on her family.
Like followed them across the world
Yes.
kind of thing?
Yeah.
Michael Caine is in it.
It's. I like somehow the shark grew lungs and can roar like a lion.
Yeah.
And Mario Van Peebles gets eaten by the shark, but somehow resurfaces at the end to make a joke, and they all laugh it off. Which I don't remember that. But. Number 7. Now I've never heard of this movie.
Okay.
Birdemic: Shock and Terror.
Yeah.
It sounds scary.
Right, directed by James Wynn, who I think has a pretty good.
James Wynn?
Yeah.
I've heard of James Wan.
This is Wynn, I believe.
I don't know.
Nguyen. A swarm of mutated birds invades a quiet town in Half Moon Bay, California. Birdemic: Shock and Terror is mentioned in the same breath as many so bad they're good movies. Birds are attacking, spitting acid, and exploding on impact like kamikaze planes. The world is falling apart. And so let's go have a picnic on the beach, one family said. And what do you think is going to happen?
Of course.
Showgirls, number 6.
There has been so much written about that movie.
Have you seen it? I have not.
Yeah. I walked out at the end.
Because it was so bad?
It was really bad.
Yeah.
And you know, we're there to see the naked girls, we'll be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But we got caught up in how bad the movie was, but then they bring out a monkey at the end, and that's when we went, okay, that's it.
The monkey made you leave?
The monkey made me leave. You can't bring a monkey to this mess.
Expose a monkey.
That's being mean to the monkey.
Number 5, Samurai Cop, 1991.
Never heard of it.
I've heard of it. Every aspect of the film is a failure, but it is so entertaining to watch, said one commenter. Watch this with riff. Oh, apparently they've done a riff track of it.
I'll bet riff tracks is done for most of these.
Number 4, The Wicker Man, the remake.
The remake with Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage. It's a horror flick that revolves around a police officer's quest to uncover the disappearance of a young girl, but he ends up realizing there's a larger secret to be unearthed.
The bees, not the bees.
Oh, it's Neil LaBute directed it.
Yeah.
And it says, it's now the original is good, The Wicker Man.
Which one? Christopher Lee or the guy from The Equalizer?
Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee.
Yeah. The Happening, M. Night Shyamalan.
Terrible.
Was this where people fell off buildings?
It's a virus causes suicide.
Yeah.
A virus causes suicide. Yeah. Well,
terrible.
And it's like it says the actors can barely keep a straight face. Twilight.
Oh, shut up. Twilight's fine.
I've seen about 20 minutes of it, and I thought it was pretty stupid.
You shut up.
Pretty stupid.
It's a love story.
And then, of course, the king of all of them, The Room.
The Room.
Tommy Wiseau. Wiseau.
Who is laughing his way to the bank,
Sure
by
is.
the way.
He has made a lot of money on it.
Because he owned it exclusively.
And people show it all over the place.
You have to pay him to show it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so he has won.
And it is dreadful.
It's terrible.
Has anybody sat through the whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. It says it's a masterpiece. It always makes me laugh. In truth, it's hard to find a more unintentionally funny movie than The Room, which is why it will endure as a remarkable feature for years to come. And it's because he does everything so earnestly.
Yeah.
It's just...
Now, he claims he was making a comedy.
No.
That's not the case at
That's
all.
what you were saying, Carrie. Don't just
Exactly.
Just have a bad movie. Don't try to act like you were doing it on purpose.
It's movies like Boxing Helena comes to mind.
Oh, Julian Sands.
They thought that was for real.
Yeah.
That was going to be, and it's just terrible, just awful that I laughed so hard. But the one that I laughed the hardest at was Arnold Schwarzenegger's Eraser.
I don't remember.
I remember the title.
You don't remember it because it was that bad. Brad and I went and saw it at a theater. We were the only ones in the theater, and we were laughing our asses off. It was
what was
just so
the
bad.
premise of
I
it?
don't even remember. I just remember laughing at everything Arnold said, and then he would, kill somebody and say, "You've been erased."
Yeah.
I think the plot is that he can erase your identity and get you somewhere safe, like a witness relocation. kind of thing. But, oh, man, it was so bad.
But see, movies like Snakes on a Plane or
No.
Hobo with
That's
a
on purpose.
Shotgun,
No, that's on
they're
purpose.
trying to be that.
Yeah.
And
I
stupid.
won't have anything to do with them. And I get a lot of bad blood when I say the same goes for me for those trauma films. I think Samurai Cop was one of them.
Might be.
It might have been.
Purposefully bad.
Purposely bad, yeah.
Yeah, there's one my son likes, that's a trauma film that's, it's just blood and guts everywhere, and it's trying to be outrageous and funny. And it's,
I am just glad that the movie that I thought was going to be on this list is not on it, because I was going to have to defend it.
Which Somewhere in Time, or
Mommy Dearest.
Mommy Dearest. Now that's one that should
is a great
it should
movie.
be on that list. It should be on the list because I think that they were serious when they were making it.
Were they really?
Oh, yes.
Faye Dunaway?
Yes.
I don't know. She can't have been that. She's a pretty good actress.
Yes.
She was so over the top.
That was a it was a drama. That was not a purposefully.
But now
comedic.
it's hilarious.
Oh, there are memes about
because she's outrageous, and the one who plays the daughter, the actress, she's so wooden.
Yeah, she's terrible.
That she's yes.
I love that movie.
I only watched it because of you, Gina. I never had seen it before.
I've seen that movie dozens of times.
How could you put yourself through that?
It.
I've seen it a couple of times.
Have you got a drop handy from it?
I'm trying to find some right now.
It's I've only seen it once, and that was plenty. But I like the drops that we played.
I loved it so much. I found the book that it was based on,
written by her,
by Christina Crawford, her daughter.
Yeah,
Mommy Dearest.
I'm ashamed to be your mother. Bring me the axe.
I can't. I just can't.
It's the best.
Clean up this mess. Must everything be a contest? If you can't do something right, don't do it at all.
I've labeled these as Gina's mom.
Don't fuck with me, fellas. This ain't my first time at the rodeo.
That miserable little brat. She is becoming impossible.
Oh, this is labeled Gina's mom, but it's a different movie.
That's not Mommy.
Yeah. Oh, here's one.
I'm bigger and I'm faster. I will always beat you.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the dirt.
Here's
Best
what
line. That's the memorable line. Right?
Here's what Faye Dunaway says. Despite becoming one of her most memorable characters, the Oscar winner looks back at the role with regret. I think it turned my career in a direction where people would irretrievably have the wrong impression of me, and that's an awful thing to bear.
She's good at. That's the thing. She's good in it. She
was.
She's good in it. It's just over the top, crazy.
No wire hangers ever!
I'm not sure why they allowed her to do this.
Darling, rare meat is good for you. The doctor said so.
All of that is from
you. Ever use that tone of voice with me, Missy?
Missy. I like that.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Man.
Oh, so good.
It's a camp classic, says The Guardian.
See, that's why the movies that Mystery Science Theater does are the good ones, because
they're real movies.
These
straight
people
ahead.
genuinely thought they were making a good movie.
They were trying to.
And there you go.
Yeah. Yep.
With Manos, The Hands of Fate, and Mitchell at the top. Mitchell. All right, so there's your list. Traffic.
Well, I mean, it's good. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras, and they are not announcing any issues, and you aren't either. Although you're all agreeing with me that Mommy Dearest is a great movie.
You know what? I'm just looking at the original New York Times review of it.
Did they like it?
What they say is Joan Crawford was like that.
Yeah.
She was really like that, and Faye Dunaway did a great job of doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're doing a great job out there on the roads, folks. No accidents. If you see something, though, you can text us 33986. Visit your Utah Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
The Nanny's Daughter was on Antiques Roadshow with letters and a schedule from Joan Crawford, which actually included tying the kids to their chairs.
Oh, I believe it.
It was on a schedule.
that Joan had.
She'd tie him in bed, too, so they didn't get up and wander around at night.
Well, my grandma did that to me.
All right.
Seriously.
Well, can you blame her?
No.
We'll take a break. We'll be back. Oh, it's Beat Gina. Time to play Beat Gina. What is our prize for Beat Gina?
So this is going to be a really cool concert. The Perfect Circle, Primus, and Pucifer. It's a big party for Maynard.
Yeah.
And apparently they perform together, all of them.
Are they all at the end?
At some point, they're all on stage together.
Oh,
So,
that's right.
April 23rd at the Maverick Center.
So, Perfect Circle tickets, 877-602-9696. Chucky was released on this day, Ed. And so we've got some Chucky trivia and other horror film trivia. So it may be Chucky, it may be horror film trivia that you get on Beat Gina. 877-602-9696. Call and line up now for the Perfect Circle tickets. Randlife.com/X96.
Hello, real estate investors. Hello. You need to listen up right now. Rand Life Home Loans has something for you, a way to expand and consolidate your investment portfolio. Rand Life Home Loans is offering a thing they call the DSCR loan. Maybe this will mean something to you. It does not to me, but that's a debt service coverage ratio loan. And Rand Life Home Loans can get you one if you want to invest in real estate. You can borrow up to or finance up to $6.25 million. You can consolidate and expand your existing portfolio, your investment portfolio, to 50 properties with that one loan. And finally, you can you can qualify with cash flow rather than standard debt-to-income ratios. So why don't you take the next step with your real estate investments and reach your goals with a DSCR loan from Rand Life Home Loans? To learn more, visit dscr.net. That's dscr.net.
I have one of those
things, those.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
My guess is, as I read this list, the list is people you didn't know were in Marvel movies. Kerry Jackson is going to say.
Well, we'll see. I'll bet there's at least one on this list that I don't know.
Okay. I will read the name of the person, and we'll see if you know which one they're in.
Okay.
Elizabeth Banks.
Elizabeth Banks is in Doctor Strange.
This says she was in the Spider-Man trilogy.
Oh.
She played J. Jonah Jameson's assistant.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
At the Daily Bugle.
That's right. Toby Maguire's Spider-Man.
Yes, back then. Okay, so you said MCU. I didn't count those.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Donald Glover.
Yep.
Yes, he's also in a Spider-Man.
Spider-Man Homecoming.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
His ice cream melts.
He plays the character who would eventually become the Prowler in the comics.
Kevin Smith.
Yes, he's in Daredevil.
Yep, very good.
He's the guy running the not the mortuary, but the
forensic assistant.
Forensic assistants, yes.
This one surprised me. I bet you don't know this one. Jenna Ortega.
This I do. Oh, wait.
She, she was Wednesday.
Yeah.
New Mutants?
No, that was Arya from...
Oh, okay.
Which one?
She was 11 years old.
Oh.
Wow.
It was her film debut.
Okay.
She played the vice president's daughter in Iron Man 3.
Oh, I never saw that one. Okay.
Oh,
that
it's
makes
a good
sense.
one.
Okay.
She was little kid.
Oh,
her
okay.
very first movie.
Well, now I got to go back and look and see if it looks like a little Wednesday Addams.
It will. She's so pretty.
Hannibal Buress.
Hannibal Buress is also in the Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
Yes, he's the coach.
Danny Pudi. He was
Pudi.
Abed on Community.
In Community, yes, he was in. Oh, I can see him. Not Daredevil. But he's in one of the What was he in? I know he's in
Captain America: Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier.
He played like a comms
That's right.
tech.
He was in the Triskelion. Yeah, that was destroyed. Yes.
Let's see. We have Sean Gunn.
That is James Gunn's brother, who is the stand-in for Rocket Raccoon when they shoot.
Oh, okay.
And he's also a character in Guardians of the Galaxy. And for the life of me, I can't remember the name right now, but Kraglin.
Yeah, very good. You got you got all of that.
Thank you.
Tim Heidecker.
Tim Heidecker is in, he's a guide. He's a tour guide of some kind. I can't remember which
You got
movie.
it. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. Oh, that's it. Yeah, because he's at the San Francisco Harbor. I love those Ant-Man movies.
Whaleboat Captain.
Yes.
He was also in Fantastic Four in 2015. He played Reed Richards' father in a flashback.
Wow.
Ben Falcone and Melissa McCarthy.
Yes. It was a little cameo thing. I can't remember.
They requested it because they love the movie so much.
Which one?
Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh, that's right. They were in the play.
They were in the Asgardian theater troupe.
Yes.
Which
the play
is funny.
where everybody plays. There's the Hemsworth playing Thor, and
it's funny.
Ben Affleck's there.
Trevor Noah.
This one I'm not sure.
What?
Trevor Noah?
I can't think of it.
Can't place it.
It's a voice actor.
It's voice.
Oh,
okay. All right. Well, that's.
So is that Into the Spider-Verse then?
No.
Oh.
He's in Black Panther. He's the voice. So when Martin Freeman is flying the plane.
He's the voice of the ship.
Yeah,
he's
I knew
the
this.
voice of
Okay.
the ship. Matt Damon.
Matt Damon is in the Thor movies in the players that do the plays for Asgard in both the third and the fourth.
And he's also in Deadpool 2.
Yes.
He plays an unrecognizable rambling redneck with a gut and a southern accent and a long wig. And
yes, that's
All
Matt
right.
Damon.
Nathan Fillion.
Nathan Fillion does. I know he does voice work on the first Guardians. He's a prisoner, and he also does another voice bit. MODOK, but he's also in. Well, it's not MCU. He's in Suicide Squad.
Oh, yeah, they don't list.
He
that
is
here.
Arm Fall Off Boy
Well, Suicide Squad is DC.
in the Suicide Squad, which is DC.
Last one, Richard E. Grant.
He is in Loki.
Oh, well, you just got that right.
He is-
Harry, you did very well.
He
with
is-
got this.
He is old Loki.
Yeah. He plays an alternate version of Loki. Yeah. So, wow. Very, very well done, Carrie Jackson.
This ain't paying my bills, is it?
No. Nope.
No.
If it was, you'd win.
I'd have to push stuff out of my head to remember these things.
I'm impressed, though.
You did well, too,
I knew
Katie. You
some
knew
of them. There's a lot of Marvel movies out there.
There are. And they just keep getting better. And we got the new Ant-Man coming up. And, I'm looking forward to all of these. Well, thank you.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Because on this day,
In 1978, whilst living at the Chelsea Hotel in New York City, Sex Pistol Sid Vicious called police to say someone stabbed his girlfriend. It was him.
Yeah.
He was the...
Yeah.
He was the someone.
He was the someone.
Nancy Spungen.
Yes.
He was arrested, charged with murder, placed in the detox unit of a New York prison. Then Vicious died of a heroin overdose before the case went to trial.
Yep. All right. Is this a sponsored feature?
Yes, hop on the Utah Ale Trail for the Fall Crawl, October 19th through the 22nd. Explore Utah's craft beer scene for fun and prizes. Pick up your passport at one of 38 participating breweries. For details, visit utahaletrail.com.
Oh, we know. We know you want it. Don't pretend you don't. Ah, you say you're not pretending, huh? You really don't want it? You don't want Beat Gina? Well, that's just hard cheese, buddy. We're bringing you another edition of Beat Gina anyway right now. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. Say, did you wonder why last night's date was over almost before it began? Well, how was your breath? Your other charms don't mean much when you have halitosis. You need to call on Listerine. You see, Listerine freshens and sweetens breath instantly, and it helps keep it that way, too. Not for seconds, not for minutes, but for hours, usually. Listerine Antiseptic. Use it full strength every morning, every night, and most importantly, before every date. Remember, Listerine kills bad breath germs that even toothpaste can't reach. And now, here's a man whose breath always smells like a heavenly and delightful combination of honey and Old Spice cologne.
Yeah.
Your host, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome, my friend.
Professional game show announcer.
That's me.
All right, the randomizer has picked our contestant. Zach is on the phone. Hello, Zach. Are you there?
I am.
All
Good
right,
morning.
Zach, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage. Heads or tails, Zach?
Let's go heads.
This coin toss app says tails. Gina Barberi goes first.
You're one step further away from these tickets to see A Perfect Circle, Primus, and Pucifer April 23rd at the Maverick Center.
All right, Zach. So that means the first question is for Gina. She has the advantage. If she answers this question correctly, she gets the point. If not, I'll allow you to answer it and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth till one of you has 3 points. If you manage to claw from behind Zach, you'll get those Perfect Circle tickets. But if you beat her, yeah. What are you prepared to do in her name? Is
There
what
you
I'm
go.
trying to get to. Thank
There
you.
you go.
I'm going to donate $50 to the Columbus Community Center.
Oh, thank you. That's nice. Okay. All right. Now that I've got an even number of Chucky questions
Okay.
and horror movie
Okay.
questions, so I'm going to allow you to pick.
Oh, okay.
So just a general horror movie,
I'll
or
say general horror movie question.
all right, general horror movie question. What was the 1953 horror film remade in 2005 with Paris Hilton as the lead role? So this was originally made in 53,
Okay.
remade in 2005. Paris Hilton starred in it.
Okay.
Was it 1, The Beast from 20,000 Hollywood Boulevard, House of Wax, Botox presents Scared Stiff, or Invaders from Mars?
I believe it was House of Wax.
House of Wax.
That is correct. I actually saw that remake, and it was pretty awful.
Yes.
That's 1 point for Gina. Zach, it's your turn.
Zach, your choice. Chucky or just general, who knows what movie, horror movie trivia?
Let's go general horror.
General horror. All right. Final Destination is the movie. Which city were Alex and his classmates flying to when he had a disturbing premonition on the plane in Final Destination? So where were they flying to? Was it 1, Sheboygan, Wisconsin? 2, You're All Gonna Die, Missouri? 3, Paris, France? Or 4, Reaper, Pennsylvania?
Well, as nice as Pennsylvania is, I'm going to say Paris, France.
Paris is correct.
That's correct, Zach. You have a point, and the game is tied.
All right. Your choice, Chucky or general horror?
Let's go Chucky.
Chucky. All right. What is the... Ed's going to be yelling at the radio. What is the real name of Chucky the doll? What is the real name of Chucky the doll?
Okay.
This is the spirit that
Yes.
inhabited
Oh,
Chucky.
oh,
is
I
what
see.
they're going
Yeah.
for here, the spirit, the name of this person who inhabited. Was it 1, Charles Manson? Was it 2, Charles Entertainment Cheese? Was it 3, Charles Farley? Or 4, Charles Lee Ray?
Thank you for Charles Farley. Thank you for
Chuck,
that.
Chuck Farley is what I, Chuck Farley.
I don't know what she's
You
talking
know, middle name Ustinov.
I don't...
4.
4, yes. Charles Lee Ray is correct.
That's 2 points for Gina.
Taken from Charles Manson, Lee Harvey Oswald, and James Earl Ray.
I didn't know that.
So there you go.
All right, it's to Zach. You are behind a point, Zach.
Zach, your choice.
Let's do Chucky.
Chucky. All right. The original working title for the Chucky film Child's Play was, this is what they were calling it while they were making it. They didn't change the name till Child's Play till it was released. Was it 1, Batteries Not Included? 2, Bloody Buddy? 3, Help, This Doll is Murdering Me? Or 4, The Shakey's Pizza Murders?
Pretty sure it was Batteries Not Included.
That is correct.
Wow. Okay.
Nice. All right, it's 2-2. Gina, it's your turn. You could win with this question.
General horror.
General horror. Roll the dice horror. Okay. In the original A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yes.
What is Nancy's address? Is it 1, 50 West Broadway? 2, You're All Gonna Die, Strasse. Strasse is German.
Yeah.
Street. 3, Kruger Lane. Or 4, 1428 Elm Street.
It'll be 1428 Elm Street.
That is correct.
And Gina wins the game. Sorry, Zach.
Oh,
that's
sorry.
hard cheese for you.
Yeah, too bad.
Well, give him something anyway.
Oh, Zach seems like a nice person.
Yeah.
So even though I beat you, you're still going to go see A Perfect Circle, Primus, and Pucifer April 23rd at the Maverick Center.
All right. Hang on the line, and we'll tell you how to get those tickets.
I gotta go. Planting you now. Dig you later.
Oh. All right. Big Boy News now brought to you by...
Join Clark Planetarium at the Gateway Olympic Plaza Saturday, October 14th between 9 a.m. and noon for an Eclipse extravaganza. Bring your family and friends to view the eclipse and enjoy free, fun-filled activities. Grab a pair of solar glasses at Clark Planetarium today.
Well, we first brought you this story, I think it was last week, and we all said, Former NFL player Sergio Brown has been taken into police custody in San Diego in connection to the homicide of his mother, who was found dead near a creek behind her suburban Chicago home last month. According to the Maywood Police Department in Illinois, the 35-year-old was apprehended by the San Diego Police Department while re-entering the U.S. from Mexico after police had issued a warrant for his arrest on a charge of first-degree murder. Brown is being held at the San Diego Central Jail. Officers discovered the body of 73-year-old Myrtle Brown September 16th after family members told police they couldn't get in touch with the mother and son who lived together. Myrtle's body was taken to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. They ruled the death a homicide there. Sergio was considered a missing person himself until, well, he seemingly mocked in a series of bizarre posts on his Instagram account just days after his mother was found dead. In some of those posts, he included a Mexico City location tag and apparently called his mother's death fake news. The former pro football player was a defensive back for various NFL teams between 2010 and 2016, including the Patriots, the Colts, and the Jaguars and the Bills. The government of Israel, or Israel, has formed a unity government. Following the deadliest assault on Israel in half a century, the country is vowing to crush Hamas, and both sides are bracing for an escalated amount of violence.
Yep.
The creation of emergency government came as the devastation of the Hamas incursion that overran dozens of towns and a military base last week became clearer. Civilians, including children, shot dead in homes, in cars, and on streets, and in hiding places. Bodies are still being recovered and counted. The Israeli government said the toll in the attack has risen to 1,200 people. 169 of them were Israeli soldiers. Almost 3,000 others were wounded. An estimated 150 people believed kidnapped, and they're being held hostage. Israel's military forces are carrying out a more intense campaign of airstrikes than in past conflicts with Gaza against Hamas, the group that controls the Gaza Strip, and its allies, killing at least 1,127 people. Most of those would be civilians.
Yeah.
And injuring more than 5,300, according to the Gazan health officials, who say most of the casualties are non-combatants, including children.
Yep.
It is
horrific.
It is no good at all, and it. I don't think I'll comment further on it.
That's where I'm at right now.
This is interesting. More debris and presumed human remains have been recovered from the Titan submersible.
Oh.
The U.S. Coast Guard said, months after the vessel imploded, killing 5 people as they were descending into the deep to view the wreckage of the Titanic. The Coast Guard said in a statement Tuesday that engineers with its Marine Board of Investigation recovered debris and evidence from the floor of the North Atlantic Ocean during a salvage mission last week. The statement was accompanied by a photo that showed the intact aft titanium end cap of the 22-foot vessel. The debris was taken to a port in the U.S. to be analyzed, while the preserved human remains were carefully recovered from within Titan's debris and transported for analysis by U.S. medical professionals, the Coast Guard said. The agency did not identify the port where the debris was being analyzed. Investigators have been analyzing and testing material retrieved from the Titan since late June, nearly 2 weeks after the Titan imploded. They'll continue to examine new evidence and interview witnesses for public hearing. If you don't remember, it was June 18th when the Titan descended to the deep. 5 people on board to view the wreckage of the Titanic, and it went horribly wrong. About an hour and 45 minutes after it went below the surface, it imploded. Which means
they died instantly.
It sucked. It just collapsed essentially. So there's that. The mayor of a small town here in Utah, the town being Bluff, Utah,
all right,
is telling people, don't you think about coming here to Bluff to view the eclipse.
Oh, okay.
It must be in central Utah somewhere?
Small town of 260 people. Expects an influx of 20,000 eclipse viewer this weekend.
You can sell them sodas.
Mayor Ann Lepanen said,
"Get your cooler, go out on the road."
So the town of Bluff, it sits in a pocket of Utah that's directly within the annual eclipse's path.
All right.
The annular eclipse's path.
But he doesn't want you here.
There's almost she.
Oh, she.
There's almost no light pollution. The weather forecast calls for mostly clear skies. Making the trek to Bluff, the mayor warned, isn't a wise idea. It's weird to be a tourist town and say, don't be a tourist for these 3 days, Mayor Lepanen said. But we don't have the infrastructure to support even 5,000 people. When Bluff began preparing for an onslaught of eclipse chasers more than a year and a half ago, holding weekly meetings, they assembled a band of 50 volunteers and boxes of solar viewing glasses. Mm-hmm. But as of Wednesday afternoon, Lepanen's team said we're setting up barricades and porta potties, but we can't. Oh, it's going to be awful. There could be 20,000 people there. There's only one major highway, US 191, that goes through the town. That's just a 2-lane highway, and it will be gridlock for the entire weekend. She says the local gas station will probably run out of gas. The restaurants will run out of supplies. I wouldn't want to be here unless you get here before Friday the 13th, she said, and then be prepared to be stuck here after a while. I think the mayor's got a point. Stay home. We've made the decision. We're gonna look at the eclipse, if we look at it at all, here.
I just read that the Clark Planetarium's doing a big event at the Gateway.
Mm-hmm. That would be the way to do it.
That's the thing to do it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
NASA yesterday showed off its first asteroid samples delivered last month by a spacecraft that touched down here in Utah. They anticipated getting a cup full of debris, but they're still unsure how much was grabbed from the carbon-rich asteroid named Bennu, almost 60 million miles away. That's because the main sample chamber hasn't yet even been opened, officials said during an event at the Johnson Space Center. We're just doing it slow. We're being meticulous, like scientists, because that's what we are. But they showed just a picture of some, just a little bit of debris that's around the capsule. Let's see. Finally, this story. Let's go down here. Oh, yeah. A Florida woman was arrested after she got into a dispute at a gas station, and she threw sausage at a gas and a Coke can at a gas station cashier. Sausage.
A weapon of sausage.
Deasa Cobb, arrested and charged with battery at the Quick King gas station. The cashier told deputies the incident started when Cobb confronted her, saying she could have handled her 2 transactions at once. The affidavit said the two reportedly shouted racial slurs at each other. That's when Cobb grabbed a sausage from the hot tray with its tongs and hurled it at the cashier.
What?
The sausage hit the cashier right in the right wrist.
Wow.
Cobb then left the store, but then came back and threw a Coke can at her. This is the way you handle disputes in Florida.
Yeah,
I guess.
this was all cleared up.
That's
All right.
it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, Creed fever appears to be taking over Texas. The Texas Rangers played their first home game of the postseason Tuesday night. They jumped on the top-seeded Baltimore Orioles, and they are owing it all to Creed. They've been listening to Creed's "Higher," their song "Higher," in the dugout. Now they're playing it at the stadium, and the fans sing along. And
boy.
Creed is like, they have a Creed. They have a Creed cam.
I'm never going back to Texas. Never.
They have, but if they make it all the way to the World Series, I think you're going to have Creed doing the national anthem.
No.
Yeah. The Arizona Diamondbacks over the Dodgers. They win the series 3-0, so that's it for the Dodgers. And Astros and Twins. Astros won 3-2.
How could didn't Ed say the Dodgers were going to be in
He
the World
did.
Series?
He did.
That was a while ago, yeah.
It was at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
tonight you've got NFL football, Broncos and the Kansas City Chiefs at 6:15. Weather, it's a cold, wet day. It's good napping weather, I say. A 90% chance of showers throughout the day today and into tonight. High, just 51 is all it will get up to today. Sunny skies tomorrow, 61, and then we gradually warm back up into the 70s by the weekend. Crash southbound Bangor at the I-80 junction in Salt Lake, the right shoulder affected. And that's it. Surprisingly, with the wet roads, we have not had more accidents, and that's a good thing. So, let's see. Somebody says Derek from Brigham City checking in. Went to Rexburg, Idaho for the Eclipse back in 2017. Took 12 hours to get back home to Brigham. Traffic is going to be insane for this one.
Wow.
So that's future traffic for you for Saturday.
All right.
Are you ready for some football? Enjoy Gracie's award-winning brunch and a huge beer selection while watching your favorite college and pro teams in action. And in high def, you must be 21 or older to enter.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Gerke is supposed to be here. We're waiting for his arrival. I want to talk to him about this Tim Ballard situation. It gets weirder and weirder every time I look. Coming up.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going anywhere, bub. Your job is to stay right here and play along with somebody's favorite game show, Beat Gina. I mean,
Johnny, if you don't mind, real quick,
Yes.
we need Gina to say some words.
I'm sorry. There's a spot. You understand sponsorships and stuff, Johnny. I know you're about to read one as well.
I'll start again.
Christopher's Prime Steakhouse. Go to christophersut.com, located at 110 West Broadway.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going anywhere, bub. Your job is to stay right here and play along with somebody's favorite game show, Beat Gina. I mean, somebody must have it as a favorite, right? I'm your announcer, Johnny Yola, and everyone agreed he was a nice chap. But somehow, no one ever had room for him. The car was already full when he needed a ride. The bridge table already arranged. A dance already promised. And then one day, he discovered his trouble. Why he never got any of these invitations. He had B.O. That's right, body odor. At once, he adopted a simple precaution, and now he's welcome everywhere. He knows the easy way to keep perspiration odorless. It's a risk we all run. People don't tell us when we're guilty of B.O. They merely avoid us. Remember, pores give off a quart of odor-causing waste daily, even on cool days. So adopt this easy, pleasant way to be safe. Wash and bathe with Lifebuoy. Lifebuoy's creamy, abundant antiseptic lather cleanses and purifies pores and ends every trace of BO. And thousands of delighted women say, Lifebuoy is a wonderful complexion soap, too. Lifebuoy purifies. From Lever Brothers Company, Lifebuoy, the health soap, it stops body odor. And now, thousands of women and men, too, will tell you he's welcome anywhere, anytime. He's your Beat Gina host, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're
Sorry about that rough start. That was my fault.
Well, that's all right.
All right. Anyway, the randomizer has chosen a contestant to play Beat Gina. Chrissy is on the phone. Hello, Chrissy. Let's get you in here.
Yay!
Hi, Chrissy. We're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. So let me get the coin toss app out. Heads or tails? Go ahead.
Tails.
Tails. All right. Let's see what the coin toss app says. Tails, Gina Barberi, as
Oh,
you can
Chrissy,
see.
you are one step closer to winning these tickets to see the Aces at the complex on October 21st.
All right.
Hey.
So the first question goes to Chrissy, which means she controls the question. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, Chrissy, I will allow Gina to answer it correctly and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth till one of you gets 3 points. Now, if you beat Gina, you get those tickets to see the Aces. But if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
Donate $50 to a place of her choice.
Oh, nice. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, let's move on then. Chrissy, the first, it's potpourri, leftover questions that I didn't get to from last week. So the subjects will vary. The first subject is Pokemon trivia, Chrissy. What does...
Okay.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. What does Pokemon stand for? It means something. Is it 1, parents, we will take...
Yeah, Boozteak is your local wine and cocktail accessory emporium for Halloween barware, including vampire wine glasses, skull shot glasses, Day of the Dead corkscrews, flasks, and more. Open Monday through Saturday at 11-ish to 7. Located at 315 East Broadway with free parking.
Okay.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gurky! Gurky! Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, Robert Gerke, columnist for the Salt Lake Tribune. Good morning.
Good morning.
sltrib.com. Yep. Okay, how much weirder is this whole Tim Ballard thing going to get?
You think talking to dead prophets isn't weird enough?
And all those books he's written, I just was floored by that.
Those he wrote several years ago, but they have some pretty wild, the Abraham Lincoln was
visited by the prophet Nephi, and George Washington was...
Here's the thing. I was told stuff like that when I was in primary, when I was a kid.
I mean, there's a real industry, a cottage industry in the religion about this mystical...
And Chad Daybell is all part of all of that stuff, too.
Yeah. We actually have a story that's posting today or tomorrow, kind of doing a deeper dive on the whole... I don't know, the philosophy, the way that what Tim was doing and this sort of oracle thing lines up with the actual teachings of Mormonism. My colleague Tamara Kemsley's doing a look at that, and he gets a little bit more into the Janet Russin psychic stuff. Janet had a website for $300. You could go talk to your dead relatives. She would give you these readings and transcribe them for you.
I wish I would have gotten one.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't think the site's been down for a while, so I don't think she's doing them publicly anymore. But the investigators in Davis County and the FBI collected over 10,000 pages of her psychic readings that she'd done for Operation Underground Railroad and Tim Ballard in particular. And so, there's a lot there that to think about. The other thing that was interesting in this lawsuit that was filed yesterday talks about it a little bit. The woman who's accusing him now said she was sort of dictating. Tim Ballard would have these ketamine treatments and issue these prophecies about how he's going to become the next senator and next president and the next leader of the church.
This is what I was reading about yesterday.
And there's a little screenshot of the notes that she took during these treatments, and it's pretty bizarre stuff. When and this is on top of all of the details that have already come out.
So you think is it as weird as it can get, or will it get weirder?
I would anticipate things can always get weirder. So I would anticipate that there's going to
get a lot weirder.
What did Hunter S. Thompson say about when
things never get too weird for me, or when the going gets weird, the weird turn pro.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So I guess there's more to come. I do want to know why was the Davis County attorney Rollins?
Troy Rawlings,
Rawlings. Why was he looking into this to begin with, and why did he stop?
Well, so the theory behind it was that the OUR was raising a bunch of money, ostensibly to do these child rescues, and not all of the money was going to that. So donors who were contributing to OUR were being defrauded out of their funds.
There were some Davis County donors.
And there were Davis County donors, and there were fundraisers that had been done in Davis County.
Okay.
And so he had jurisdiction in that sense. Although they'd been raising money globally, really, and certainly nationally, had big-time donors like Tony Robbins and Glenn Beck, who each poured millions of dollars into this charity. And so the theory of them being that if the money wasn't going to the projects that they were told it would be going to, then that would be communications fraud. And one of the interviews with one of the OUR employees said that they were telling people that for $1,200 they can save a child, and she was never able to get a breakdown of how that actually pencils out.
Well, there's strip club admissions.
Well, that's what comes out in the lawsuits too, right?
Yeah,
he's spending money on strippers and booze, allegedly.
Lap dances don't come cheap, but we need those to rescue children.
Rehearsal.
And then there's questions about whether he was using OUR funds, traveling on their dime to do these personal speaking engagements that he was getting paid for.
Yeah.
Again, the lawsuit alleges that he made over $14 million in
So why did they stop that investigation in Davis County?
Well, that's an interesting question. In the letter that Troy sent to OUR saying that he was terminating the investigation, he said that because they sent him these audits that verified that the money was spent properly, that he was dropping it. There is some question of whether it was completely over. Fox News reported that the investigation was ongoing. There does seem to be some continued interest, at least, in some of the stuff that OUR was doing, and in its relationship, frankly, with the Attorney General's office.
Yes.
And is this gonna taint Sha Reyes badly enough that people go, I can't vote for that guy?
So that's the story that I'm going to be dropping today. So watch for that at sltrade.com. There's a lot of talk among legislators now about what to do about Sean. They're concerned about this, and they're a little gun shy too, because as you remember, and I remember well, the Mark Shurtleff, John Swallow debacle. They finally just paid off their legal fees back in 2020. So it's just been a couple of years. They paid him over $2 million. They dropped the charges against Shurtleff, and John Swallow was acquitted. Troy Rawlings was deeply involved in that as well. So but the legislature has a few things that they can do. Senator Mike McKell sent an email to his constituents yesterday afternoon saying he's very concerned about it. He's tired of sort of this recurring theme that we're seeing in the Attorney General's office, and is exploring the idea of having the Attorney General appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate.
Which they do in most.
Which is the way the federal government does it.
Many states.
Yeah, because the idea being that this is not an office that you want necessarily politicized for
campaign
by people who are running and raising money constantly. And it's important to know. I think it does. I think this already has blown back on Sean pretty significantly, just because he was so close to Tim Ballard. I mean, he listed himself as an associate producer on the Sound of Freedom movie. He was always going to these parties and fundraisers with him, promoting him on the website, on the state website.
Is it possible he didn't know what sort of person he was dealing with?
Well, in the statement that Sean issued, or that the office issued yesterday, in the statement Sean made on Tuesday, he said he never saw any of this. It's actually interesting the way it's worded. He had no personal knowledge, which personal knowledge in a legal definition means an eyewitness. He may have heard something.
Yeah.
But it seems a little doubtful that he didn't. I mean, he said he didn't know about the psychic, and then he also defended the use of psychics.
Yeah. But psychics are
So wait a
sometimes
minute.
very useful.
He defended.
Yeah.
Sean Reyes defended the use of psychic.
Sometimes it can be very useful in cases.
This is the chief law enforcement officer of the state of Utah.
Yeah, one of the questions that we put to him last week, and they finally, because Sean had not spoken about this personally before Tuesday, we've sent them some questions for the office to answer, and the answer we got back was he didn't know about the psychic was used, but law enforcement agencies, he says, commonly use these, and they can often generate information that's useful.
That's
in
an absolute bull crap.
Psychics, it's a con.
And they don't, and they have done it, but I don't think they do it. But you're hard pressed to find any law enforcement.
It's something that, from my understanding, has been done in the past, but
it was before the internet.
It's kind of like, in the 80s, anything went,
I
right?
mean, when they were desperate.
So,
that's the internet.
And whenever there's a high-profile criminal investigation, they get these calls from psychics who say, I know where the body is, or whatever, And so, maybe in that regard, there's some truth to it. But no, I think Sean's, taking some damage on this, and I have heard some discussion that there might be other candidates who would run against him because they think he's vulnerable. And it's important to keep in mind when we're talking about Sean, too, that this is not the first time this has happened to Sean. I mean, if we remember Banjo, the guy who the state gave all this money to create this media tracking system or criminal tracking system, and the guy was a white supremacist and had to pull out.
Yep.
There's the he's deeply involved in the Skinwalker Ranch thing with one of his supporters.
Yeah.
He's got sort of a pattern, a track record. National Child ID was a thing that the state gave a lot of money to for a card that you can put your kid's information and fingerprint on, but you can get these cards free from any number of nonprofits and government entities. But the state paid money to this guy who flew Sean out to Green Bay to receive some award.
I think he would be wise to decide not to run again.
Yeah. Sean gets fooled an awful lot.
He should decide not to run again and then go to Hawaii.
Well, and what the attorney who's representing these women said yesterday is, and I think there's validity to this. Sean is the top law enforcement officer. Yeah. He regulates and oversees nonprofit entities in the state, and so for him to come out and tie himself so closely to this particular nonprofit gives it an air of credibility that donors see and go, I can trust these people. They're doing good work.
Exactly.
The attorney general's put his name behind it, and so I think that's really damaging to his reputation.
I just have one final question for you. Where are they biting this weekend?
Where are the fish biting?
Yeah, where are the fish biting this weekend?
On my line, I hope. No, I'm gonna. I came in to get a couple trees. I had a hammock all set up, ready to go, and
talk to Katie.
There might be a couple there. A couple of
sir.
trees.
Yeah,
you'd have to have a little hammock. They're not very big at this point.
It's going to be a tiny hammock.
All right. Have a nice weekend, Robert.
Thanks. You too.
Robert Gerke, sltrib.com.
All right. Traffic.
Got a crash I-15 southbound at the Center Street exit in Orem. 2 right lanes are blocked. Traffic backed up to 8th North. Been a pretty light morning, though. Not seeing anything else being reported on UDOT. You can always send us stuff, though, 33986. Get ready to embark on a spellbinding adventure this year. Botanical, October 18th through the 30th at Redview Gardens. You can win tickets all week long from us. Get more details at x96.com.
KXRK Provo. Right after these messages and a song, it's the Boner Recap Game. Easy game to play because we've already told you the answer to the question we're going to ask. Who won the boner this morning? I mean, we told you this morning. I think it might even be on our website at x96.com.
I'll have to check and see who won.
Check and see. 877-602-9696. What will you win?
You will win tickets to see I Don't Know How, But They Found Me.
Oh, going to be a good show on the 30th of December. All right, so call. Try to win. 877-602-9696. Coming up.
X90.
Is this a silly, wacky list?
Sometimes. Some of it's tongue-in-cheek. Some of it's very serious.
Sorry, I'm having a bit of a technical
we had the one, 100 ways white people can make life less frustrating for people of color. We had that list yesterday. This is 100 ways. Well, you want to play the thing?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
This is also from Vice, their website, and this is written by a woman named Danny Beckett, all right? 100 easy ways to make women's lives more bearable.
Oh, nice.
Number one, before explaining something to a woman, ask yourself if she might already understand. She may know more about it than you do.
Mm-hmm.
So let's avoid mansplaining.
Sure.
Related, never try to explain feminism to a woman.
No.
Trans women are women.
Yes.
Repeat that until you perish. Respect people's pronouns. It's not that hard.
Call people what they want to be called.
Remember that fat women exist and aren't all trying to get thin. Treat them with respect. In fact, just never comment on a woman's body.
Yep.
Be kind to women in customer service positions.
Yes.
Tip them extra.
Yes.
But not in a creepy way. Trust women when they teach you something. Don't feel the need to go and check for yourself. And especially do not Google it in front of them.
I'm going to look that up.
Let me look that up.
Don't maintain a double standard for anything, ever. I don't understand this one. Close your legs on public transit. Oh my God.
That's your
manspreading.
man spread. You know, where guys
You sit down and you
like this.
put your legs together.
You sit like this.
What?
So there's room.
Why is that? It just looks bad, I guess.
Can you picture a gentleman doing that?
If I knew what a gentleman was, I'd.
Can you picture my husband doing that?
Yeah. Trying to describe a woman positively? Well, say she's talented, clever, or funny, not gorgeous, sweet, or cute.
Yes.
Examine your language when talking about women. Get rid of irrational, dramatic, bossy, and badgering immediately. Don't use those. Don't think to yourself, I describe men like that too. You probably don't. And if you do, it's to criticize them for acting like a woman. I'm going to skip through some of these. Buy sanitary pads and tampons and donate them to the homeless shelter.
Yes, they're expensive.
How much of what you are watching, reading, listening to was made by women? Gender balance your bookcase. Don't buy media that demeans women's experiences, valorizes violence against women, or excludes them entirely from a cast. It's not enough to oppose those things. You have to actively make them unremarkable. Pay attention to stories with nuanced female characters. It will be interesting, I promise. If you read stories to a child, swap the genders. Watch women's sport, but just call it sports. Pay for porn.
No, this is important. It is.
It's interesting.
Because most sex workers are female. And you should pay them.
Recognize that sex work is work. Be an advocate for and ally to sex workers without speaking for them. Share political hot takes from women as well as men. They might not be as widely accessible, so look for them. Understand that it was never about ethics in journalism. Open doors for women with carrying responsibilities by offering flexible employment contracts. Oh, I see.
Not actually physically open a door.
Recruit women on the same salary as men, even if they don't ask for it. Promote women, and tell the women you work with how much you make. So
Well, Gina knows.
Yeah, well, I've talked about it lots of times. We all make the same amount of money, but the only reason we do is because you guys advocated for
So both of you got that big raise last week, right?
Big raise. You're cute.
It says here.
No, but my limo service is great.
Tell female colleagues what your salary is. Make sure there's childcare at your events. Don't schedule breakfast meetings during the school run. These are great.
Mm-hmm.
Almost
Now-
every one of these.
And see, right away, here's somebody pushing back.
What?
Yeah.
What's wrong with gorgeous? I tell my wife she's gorgeous all the time. She's flatters. We're not talking about your wife.
Of course you tell your wife she's gorgeous.
That's a different situation. And that you don't know that means you need to read this entire list,
Yeah.
I think.
Teach your sons to listen to girls, give them space, believe them, and elevate them.
Yes.
Dads, buy your daughter tampons. Make her hot water bottles. Wash her bras. Show her that the body isn't something to be ashamed of. But dads, don't try to iron her bras.
No.
This is a mistake you will only make once. These are just excellent.
I wouldn't even imagine.
Don't assume that all women are attracted to men.
That's
true.
another
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Don't assume that that a woman in public wants to talk to you just because she's in public.
Yep, exactly.
And then say she's being rude if she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Here you go. If a woman tells you she was raped, assaulted, or abused, don't ask her for proof.
Yeah.
Ask how you can support her.
Carrie Ann Leesonby, Kira Birkland.
Repeat after me. Always hold men accountable for their actions.
Yes.
Don't walk too close to a woman late at night. That can be scary.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. If you see a woman being followed or otherwise bothered by a stranger, stick around. Make sure she's safe.
Mm-hmm. Another thing kind of like that
Yeah.
is always be available if a woman walks up to you and acts like she knows you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi, I didn't know you were going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
That is a woman that
Yes.
is feeling unsafe
Yeah.
and needs to act like there's somebody around that go
Mhm.
along with it.
Mhm.
Remember that you can lack consent in situations not involving sex,
Yes.
Mhm.
such as when pursuing uninterested women or forcing a hug on a colleague.
Yes.
Yeah.
And finally, this one. It's not cute to try and persuade a woman to have sex with you.
No.
Ever.
No.
At
Cute?
all. Just
It's
go
not
home.
cute?
Yeah.
Go home.
She will let you know.
So there's a few of the 100. I put the 100 ways that you can, with black people, what was it called exactly? 100 ways white people can make life less frustrating for people of color. I'll post this one on Twitter at RFH.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right.
Because Donna and Sandy is a big Morrissey fan. No.
Oh, we should have played
And
Big Mouth
Sandy?
Strikes again then.
Donna
Those are
and
big.
Sandy.
Sandy, big. Yeah.
All right. No, because on this day in 1992, the Smiths' classic There Is a Light That Never Goes Out was released, featured on the band's third studio album, The Queen Is Dead. It was not released as a single
It wasn't.
until 1992,
Really?
5 years after the band split up.
And it was a huge hit.
And it was a huge hit.
It's a
for them.
beautiful song.
It is a great.
He's got, he's a bad guy.
Yes.
But his voice is so distinctive and nice. And the lyrics of that song are just, every time they do the last, couple of lines, there is a light that never goes out. I almost tear up every time I hear
It's
it.
a good song.
Yeah.
So there you go. Look, everyone. It
What?
is time for the easy game, the Boner Recap.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm ready. And do we have a contestant who might be ready?
Oh,
no.
Jake, you better
gave
call
up?
back. Yes.
Have
That leaves the line open, 877-602-9696. We'll go to, is it Kellen? I think it's Kellen. Yes.
Kellen, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Where are you,
Yeah,
Kellen?
it's me.
Where are you, Kellen?
I'm calling from Ogden.
Okay, good. Kellen, did you hear the boner candidates earlier?
Yeah.
This
Okay.
This is going to be easy for you.
All right.
Kellen, what can Kellen win?
Kellen, you might win. I don't know how, but they found me tickets. They're coming to the Depot on December 30th.
All right, let's do it, Kellen.
So excited.
Okay, here we go. It's an Ogden boy excited. I like that. Boner candidate number 1 today was, I'm a whole female. I have lady parts. This is a Staten Island woman who was buying some pot at a local deli. Got into a misunderstanding with the cashier, which ended up with the cashier macing her, dragging her outside, kicking her in the head, and calling her trans. Apparently, this was an attack on this person, mainly because the cashier thought that she was trans. She said, I'm not. I'm a whole female. I have lady parts. And she's filed a lawsuit against the store, and that's that. Mm-hmm. Then there was boner candidate number 2. The title of is... I don't care who paid for it, really, but nobody needs a $19,000 lectern. I heard somebody say here in the room, and I have not read it in any of the stories, that the lectern that was purchased for $19,000 by Governor Huckabee in Arkansas, you can buy one for a couple of $100 or the same one.
Yeah, like $2,000 or something on Amazon. Exactly. And apparently the rest of the money, they're wondering if maybe has something to do with her excessive traveling.
Oh, well. Yeah, so anyway, that was number 2. And then boner candidate number 3, to say that she lacks the temperament to be a judge is too kind. Yeah. This is a district judge in Oklahoma exchanging more than 500 texts with her bailiff, her court clerk, during the trial. And among the texts were she was admiring somebody's hair, and she texted the bailiff about a police officer who was so pretty I could look at him all day, on and on and on.
Yeah.
And this is a murder trial, and she's texting 500 texts during the trial.
Wow.
All right, Kellen, who was the winner?
The third one. She lacks the temperament to be a judge.
Perfect.
Well done.
You are spot on, Kellen. If you've not seen I Don't Know How But They Found Me, please get your tickets and don't miss the show.
I love them, though.
Okay, don't miss the show because they're very entertaining live.
December 30th at the Depot. For other folks that didn't just win them, like Kellen, you can get ticket links and all the information at x96.com.
Thanks for doing Ogden proud, Kellen.
Hang on, Kellen.
Hang on.
All right. Yeah. There you go.
It gets to that time of the day. First of all, we should never, like we'll run little best of stuff from the show, never run anything from the 9 o'clock hour. We should just never run anything from the 9 o'clock.
We don't anymore. We used to. It used to be the 9 o'clock hour is what we replayed between 5 and 6 a.m. before we start, but we don't do that anymore.
Well, I mean, just even the little clips that Katie does, because most of the time we're tired. By 9 o'clock, it's like
we've had it.
Listen,
we're punchy.
The rest of this show is a slog from right.
Oh boy! So stay tuned.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, it's a really entertaining slog.
Radio from Hell, an entertaining slog.
Yeah, that's kind of nice, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
I think I've just come up with our new slogan. No? Oh, okay.
What are you eating?
It's a lozenge.
I can tell you're eating.
It's a sugarless Hall's mentholyptus lozenge. I'm sort of addicted to them because, and they're just little tiny ones. My mouth gets really dry a lot of times, and that helps.
Can I tell you a secret?
Yeah.
I sleep with a sugar-free Hall's lozenge in my mouth.
I do too.
But sometimes. I bet it's not for the same reason I do.
What?
Is it because you might get kissed?
It's because I go to bed before Joe, and I want to keep my breath fresh for when he comes to bed
Gina,
later.
It's exactly the reason I do it. I go to sleep, and I think Joe might come in and kiss me.
Wait a minute. So he likes the menthol?
Well, it's better than...
I don't think he knows I do this on purpose. He probably doesn't. It's in my mind, I think, once I go to sleep, if I've closed my eyes and gone to sleep, my breath is no longer... Even if I brush my teeth the second before I went to bed, my breath is no longer acceptable.
It could be.
So I have a little minty lozenge just in case.
Let me tell you about this, though, Gina. I do the same thing, and I do it because my mouth gets dry at night. So you tuck it up there,
on the top,
like a chew, like maybe tobacco chew or something. When I told my ear, nose, and throat doctor that I did that,
Yes.
he said, "Oh God, no!"
Why?
Because if he said you could choke on
Oh,
that
I'm
in the
not
middle of the
gonna
night,
choke on it.
you could
You
choke
could.
on it.
You could easily.
Does it stay there? Does it dissolve
Well, it
by the time
melts
you
it,
wake up?
yeah.
Because sometimes mine hasn't completely dissolved when I wake up.
Here's a text. Gina is a regular Tammy Faye Baker before she goes
What
to
is
bed.
that supposed to mean?
I don't know.
Well, all the she also puts on a full makeup.
He can't see me. Yeah, just like I do during the day.
Yeah, full makeup. Well, you don't put on any makeup here.
No.
But right before you go to bed,
Also,
it's your war mask.
Also, Bill puts the slog in slogan.
Oh, I like that.
Hey. Except that's slog. It would be slogan then.
Slogan?
That doesn't. That's our slogan.
Slogan.
No, that doesn't work.
No.
No.
All right, we will take a break. And we'll be back with all your leftover news coming up. So stand by for that. Oh, UtahAdvocates.com.
Oh, they're collecting
do that.
costumes.
Tell them about
This
that.
is so
That's
cool.
great.
I love this idea. The advocates are collecting new and gently used Halloween costumes for kids at the road home. All kids deserve to have fun during the holidays, and a costume is part of that. I've got a bunch that my kids wore one time, and somebody else could get some great use out of it. So bring your costume donations to any of the advocates' locations, or if you don't have that and just want to help out, you can donate on Venmo. Just go to @Advocates Donations, and they'll do the shopping for you.
And don't forget, if you've been injured in an accident, these are the people you want to call, the advocates. They're injury attorneys. They are a small boutique firm located here in Utah. They know Utah, and they are the best to contact. So if you've been hurt, call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's 801-355-5550. You don't have to pay any money out of pocket at all. You can also go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Win floor tickets to Depeche Mode on November 8th.
You take notes?
Okay, here we go. So when Bill Frost comes in and recommends TV shows, I try to check some of them out, and I thought I would watch The Big Brunch, hosted by Dan Levy. It's it's a cooking competition where it's horrible.
Really?
What's wrong with it?
It's just awful. The people on it are awful. The way it's set up is awful. He's just not a really great host. Now I just watched one, and maybe it settles in and gets a little better.
Okay.
But
I think you just take brunch. That's what I think. You are a brunchist.
A brunchist.
You really shouldn't say things like that without having seen it.
When was the last time you went to brunch?
I don't brunch very often.
This is my point.
But Dan Levy seems to believe
Levy,
that brunch
like Eugene
is it Levy?
It's
Oh,
Eugene
it's Levy. Yeah. Dan Levy seems to believe that brunch can solve all your problems.
Well,
I don't disagree with him.
It's really.
I
not
think
good.
you're brunching wrong.
Why don't you do me a favor and watch the show? It has nothing to do with me and my relationship to
I
brunch.
think it might have everything to do with your relationship
It does not.
with brunch.
I don't have anything against brunch.
As a matter
I'm
of fact,
not a brunchist.
He's writing a book called In Defense of Brunch. He's working. I saw him working on that.
I've got a hunch that brunch is just fine. No, I don't have anything against brunch. I'll go to a brunch. It's not something that I
bet
do
you'd
often.
complain about a brunch.
Don't try me.
What?
I'll go to a brunch.
What do you mean I complain about
I
a
bet
brunch?
it would not meet your your needs. The brunch.
What? What are you talking about? If it was a brunch of nothing but liver, yes, that would not be good.
Who would do that though?
Nobody.
Like because there's brunch buffets, but then there's just a brunch where you order off the menu.
Yeah, I don't think that's brunch.
ordering off the menu doesn't count as brunch?
I don't
it
think
has
so.
to be a buffet.
Really?
I think kind of, yeah.
No, I disagree.
I think it has to be a buffet.
Some of the more wonderful brunches I've had were off the menu.
No, but you don't, because when you go to a brunch, you want to be able to,
You go to the omelet
graze.
station?
Yeah, go to the omelet station. And usually they'll have a roast beef.
When I go to brunch, I don't want to get up from my table. I want everything brought to me as though I am the king.
No. So we have our own theories about brunch, but nevertheless, the show The Big Brunch sucks.
Yes, that's what we're.
It really does.
Okay. Now I have to watch it.
I'm not a brunchist. The judges are terrible. It's just not good.
What are they judging? The food?
Yeah, now what we want you to do here is we want you to make an egg dish that represents your personality and your goals in life. What? That's
okay. Scrambled's out.
Really? I mean, everything is every dish that they do is kind of geared that way.
Well, you're poached, Bill. Clearly.
We want you to make an egg dish that that tells us about your past. What?
Historical eggs?
I mean, that's what it's like.
Right, 9:21, and it is time now for all that leftover news.
I got it.
It's just been accumulating over
right there.
The stuff we didn't get to today. Brought to you by...
Experience the magic and enchantment of Cat and Cauldron, your premier destination for all things occult and metaphysical in Taylorsville, catandcauldron.com.
That's, by the way, a great name for for the store, yeah.
Great. A man died from electrocution Wednesday while working on an appliance at a Chick-fil-A in Riverton. It occurred at the chain's Mountain View Village location. Police say the victim, a 38-year-old electrician, was working on a dishwasher inside the restaurant just before noon when he was severely electrocuted. They said it appeared that he was not a direct employee of Chick-fil-A, but a contractor. Paramedics with the United Fire Department worked to resuscitate him, but they could not. They couldn't immediately transport him to a hospital due to the severity of the electrocution. So apparently they had to try and stabilize him instantly there, and he didn't make it. Police are investigating to determine exactly what happened. They are notifying the victim's family. Well, we had the Mary Lou Retton story. Former Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton is very ill in the hospital and doesn't have any insurance, and so her daughter was trying to raise some money to help pay for hospital bills. Well, a couple of notable former Olympic gymnasts have reacted to the news that Mary Lou Retton is hospitalized. Nadia Comaneci, the 5-time gold medal winning Romanian gymnast, who was the first gymnast to earn a perfect 10 at the Olympic Games, posted on Twitter that she was she cared for Mary Lou Retton and was very concerned for her. Comaneci famously inspired Mary Lou Retton's interest in gymnastics with her gold-winning performance at the 1976 Olympics in Montreal. Retton moved to Houston, Texas, specifically to train with coaches Bella and Marta Caroli, who were Comaneci's coaches in Romania. Under the direction of the Carolis, Retton became the first American sports star at 16-year-old when she won 5 medals at the 1984 Summer Games in L.A. That included the United States' first-ever gold in all-round competition. One of her teammates in 1984, Kathy Johnson-Clark, also took to social media to express her thoughts and prayers for her former teammate and friend. As of Wednesday night, the Spot Fund page, established by Retton's daughter, McKenna Kelly, has raised over $300,000, well over the $50,000 target they had, thanks to donations from nearly 5,500 people. The largest donation as of Wednesday was $50,000 from somebody named Linda McInvale. Many donors left messages of support and along with their money.
The bigger story here is you shouldn't have to GoFundMe to pay medical bills.
No, nobody should have to do that.
Nobody should.
Whether you're an Olympic star or
Exactly.
or Gina Barberi. It just doesn't. It's ridiculous. Let's see. According to Sherry Shepard, who's on The View, Barbara Walters had a hookup with Richard Pryor.
Now, this has been a rumor for a very long time.
The story comes up on Wednesday's episode of Sherry as she reunites with Joy Behar and they discussed some stories from their time together at The View. One in particular about when Sherry caught wind of Barbara's tryst with Richard Pryor.
I believe it.
Sherry said the late comedic great Paul Mooney told her back in the day that he walked in on Barbara and Richard doing it. Sherry admits she couldn't wait to share her juicy gossip with Joy Behar, but asked her to keep it on the down low. As you can imagine, that didn't happen. Sherry described it, and it's probably true. And then there was another one a person mentioned. It's not in this story, and I can't remember who it was that Barbara hooked up with.
Oh,
Is there somebody else? Can you remember it?
I can't remember.
Oh, well.
I remember she hooked up with a couple of famous people, and she kept it on the DL.
Well, she was involved for quite a long time with a congressman, Brooke from New Hampshire, who was the first black Republican senator. He was a senator, and she was with him for quite some time, as I understand it. Let's see. This is no, I don't want to talk about Denise Richards. Here's a story for Katie. Spirit Halloween is known for taking over empty stores and malls and shopping complexes.
Mm-hmm.
And thank God my son now works full-time at a haunted house. I don't have to take him to this. Well, he's old enough to go now by himself. But when he was a little kid, we had to go to every damn Spirit of Halloween store in the valley.
So you just blow his whole paycheck
Oh,
at
man.
Spirit
No,
Halloween?
well, back then he didn't have a paycheck. Daddy bought stuff for him. Spirit Halloween is known for taking over empty stores and malls and shopping complexes and stuffing them to the gills with all manner of spooky merch. However, for Friday the 13th, they're taking over a building that's not only a functional business, but it's also an iconic piece of horror history.
Oh.
Spirit Halloween recently announced that they will occupy the Blairstown Diner on Friday the 13th. Why this diner? Because it's the iconic diner location in the first Friday the 13th movie.
Oh, there you go.
Friday the 13th was filmed in many locations across New Jersey, the most famous of which is Camp Nobi Boso in Hardwick Township, the real-life Camp Crystal Lake.
Mhm.
However, Camp Nobi Boso is an active Boy Scout camp, and while there are paid tours of the filming locations, the camp's not open to the public. One location open to the public year-round is the Blairstown Diner, where Camp Crystal Lake owner Steve Christie has his final meal before unknowingly heading into a massacre. The diner is still an active diner.
Wow.
One that's proud of its association with Friday the 13th, and now it's partnering with Spirit Halloween.
So if it's still a diner, but it's going to be a Spirit Halloween, like you can get a burger and a costume?
Well,
Burger and a skeleton.
Here's the event agenda. Axe throwing, noon to 7. Free horror caricatures, 1 to 5. Free horror face painting. Bloody pie eating contest. The first 30 people show up to sign up. Exclusive giveaways, including a limited edition Spirit Halloween Blairstown Diner T-shirt for the first 500 fans. Friday the 13th trivia with prizes. Exclusive themed menu items. Free tea and swag from Spirit Halloween's partner. All of this stuff sounds like a must-attend event for Katie.
It sounds like a Scream.
Different movie.
It's a different, you don't want to. Consumers are expected to spend about...
You tried, though.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Spend about $12.2 billion for Halloween candy and costumes and decorations this year. More Americans than ever will be reaching into their wallets and spending a record amount of money to celebrate Halloween this year. And I resent this because Thanksgiving gets smaller and smaller every year.
Yes.
This year's Halloween spending is expected to surpass pre-pandemic levels, when it took a dip. And people are buying extremely expensive yard decorations and spending a lot of money on costumes. Here are the top 10 Halloween costumes for kids, according to this survey. A Spider-Man, princess, a ghost, any kind of superhero, a witch, Batman, Barbie, zombie, Mario, and Wednesday Addams. And there are top Halloween costumes for pets. You want to know what those are?
Taco.
No.
I like taco dog.
Pumpkin, hot dog, bat, bumblebee, spider, devil, cat, lion, ghost, witch. It's not very interesting to have a cat go as a cat, though, is it?
You have a dog go as a cat.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see.
That's what you do.
And top 10 Halloween costumes for adults. Witch, vampire, Barbie, Batman, cat, zombie, pirate, princess, ghost, Spider-Man.
All right.
Is that it, or we got a little bit more?
That's good.
You want to hear what Martin Scorsese says about the fact that his movie's so long?
Sure.
It's 3 hours and some odd minutes long. 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
I wanted to see this until I saw this story. Yeah.
He says, "Oh, come on! You can sit in front of the TV and watch something for 5 hours."
He's not wrong.
Also, there are many people who watch theater for 3.5 hours, like a live play. There are real live actors on stage. You can't get up and walk around with that. You give that respect. Come on, give cinema some respect.
I have
agree with him.
respect for cinema. Have respect for my ass.
I agree with him. I agree with him. I think this movie is going to be incredible.
Go sit for 3.5 hours. Then I'm going to wait for it to be on TV so I can in small bites.
It will eventually be on Apple TV Plus.
Yeah, and that's where I'll watch it. All right. Weather.
It's chilly, 45 right now, and showers continuing off and on throughout the day. 51 is as warm as it will be today. 61 and sunny tomorrow, and then we just gradually get warmer and sunnier as the week goes on. We'll be up by 75 by the end of the weekend. So,
all right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you listen.
Oh, it's Ivy. This place, the Killer Cereal, the Serial Killers.
Mm-hmm.
Serial Killers.
Kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
4th and 4th.
This looks just incredible. Yeah. These people should advertise with us.
They should have Kerry Jackson be their spokesperson.
They should.
He is a cereal expert.
It's at the local market and bar. There are all kinds of, but all these cereal and ice cream combinations.
Mm-hmm.
I
the
think
best combinations.
I think I really need to go there. Oh, there's all kinds of cereal stuff.
Yeah.
Why haven't I been to this place?
I never thought of you as a cereal lover, Bill.
I'm not.
You're a very basic cereal person.
I'm not a cereal lover when it's just cereal, but when you're starting to mix it into stuff.
Oh, with ice cream.
Sure. Yeah.
That's the greatest thing.
Yeah, I don't generally just sit down and eat a bowl of cereal. That's not my thing. But.
See, I'll do that if my husband's out of town or not home for dinner. I'll have a bowl of cereal for dinner. Sure.
But you mix it up in ice cream, and they got shakes there as well.
Oh, this looks really good.
Oh, stuff in my cereal, or in my ice cream. Ice cream in my. You got ice cream in my cereal.
By the way, Kerry Jackson has ice cream belonging to me in his freezer.
That doesn't sound right. That does not sound right.
There are several flavors. We just got to figure out how to get it to you, because we ordered the Pop-Tart ice cream. And
cinnamon brown sugar
Pop-Tart, Jetty's ice cream. It's the most expensive, and I got to be honest with you, that Pop-Tart ice cream is damn near perfect.
Well, you don't.
It really is.
You know, you can, Gina. You can just, from this Serial Killers, you can just order the stuff and they'll bring it to your house. You don't have to go to Carrie's.
Oh. They'll bring it to your house?
Apparently.
The other
I don't know how you travel ice cream like that.
Let me see.
The other flavor that we did from Jenny's, everything bagel.
This I don't get.
I know it doesn't sound right, but it's delicious. So you get it's cream cheese flavored ice cream with the everything bagel sprinkles mixed throughout it. That's delicious. But then what we did was we went and got a bagel, buttered it up, real butter, toasted it, and while it was hot, plopped the ice cream on top of it.
Like made an ice cream sandwich, kind of.
It just, with open face. And that was delicious.
That sounds perfect.
It was delicious.
I may have spoken too soon. Maybe you can just order online and go pick it up. I'm not sure.
I just think ice cream's
No, it says, they will deliver it. You know, there's this stuff called dry ice. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
But
you've ordered ice cream through the mail from across the country, right?
Yes, I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Also, there's the candy bar ice cream, which is Take 5 candy bar,
which I love,
but they don't call it Take 5 because I don't know if they had the rights to do it.
But
they
it's
call it High Five, is what it's called.
It's pretzel and peanut butter
Pretzel
and
peanut and chocolate, all of that stuff.
A cereal milkshake.
I'm hungry.
I need to keep my eye open for the monster cereals. They should be arriving very soon because we're coming up on monster cereal season.
It's not till fall, is
How
it?
soon before Halloween do they come out?
Usually a couple of months before, but they got the new flavor, the new monster cereal.
Oh, what is it?
Carmella Creeper.
That sounds good.
And it's caramel apple flavor.
That sounds good.
All right, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Dr. David Peterson, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Dr. Peterson. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month and Intermountain Healthcare. And we mentioned this on the show a couple of weeks ago, I think, opening up Saturdays in October to help more women receive their annual mammogram. Talk about that a little bit, if you would.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to start off, I think we all know someone that's been affected by breast cancer, and it's actually quite common. About 1 in 8 women will have breast cancer during their lifetime. And that seems like kind of a scary number, but there's good news in there, and that's that the majority of breast cancers, if we catch them early enough, they're curable. And so most women who get a breast cancer diagnosis, especially those who are getting their yearly mammogram, we find them early enough that they can be curable. But we also know that, a lot of women are really busy. They work during the week. They have other family care responsibilities, and it can be really hard to find time to schedule that yearly mammogram. So during the month of October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, at our main site in Murray, the Breast Care Center and Intermountain Medical Center, but also at a couple of other sites, including the KD Hospital up in Ogden, we're opening sites for screening mammograms on Saturdays. And any woman can go to intermountainhealthcare.org/mammogram and schedule a mammogram. And it doesn't have to be for the month of October. You can go there anytime. And you actually don't even need an order from your doctor. Any woman at any time can go and schedule her mammogram.
Oh,
I didn't know that. I've always waited for my doctor to give me a...
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's good to know.
And a lot of doctors, will do that and help remind women, which is wonderful. But you don't even need that. You can either, call our number or go to the Intermountain Healthcare website and just schedule a mammogram. And without an order, we get you taken care of.
What is this questionnaire, Trier-Kuzik questionnaire, a risk assessment calculator for breast cancer? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So I gave you kind of the average statistic. 1 in 8 women will get breast cancer during their lifetime. So if you do the math, that's about 12 to 13%. But there are a bunch of different factors that can change a woman's risk for getting breast cancer, either increase it or lower it. So if you come to any of our Intermountain facilities to get your mammogram, we use a complex mathematical model. And again, you said the name. It's this Trier-Kuzik risk assessment calculator, and it's a very well-studied risk assessment calculator that takes into account a bunch of factors, including a woman's family history, her weight, if she's had kids, if she's breastfed, a bunch of factors that can change a woman's risk of getting breast cancer. And then at the end of filling out that survey, our computer spits out a number that tells a woman her personal risk of getting breast cancer during her lifetime. And so for most women, it's going to be in that, 10 to 12 to 15%, and that's normal. And for those women, we recommend just continued yearly mammograms. But for women who are at increased risk for breast cancer, and that's anyone who has a risk greater than 20%, and some women might be surprised. Some women think, I don't have a strong family history, so that can't be me. But there are some women who have a greater than 20% risk, even without a strong family history of breast cancer based on some other factors. So for those women, we recommend a yearly breast MRI in addition to their yearly mammogram. In addition, for some women, because for normal risk women, we recommend starting mammograms at age 40. But for women who are high risk for breast cancer, we recommend starting even earlier. So, even that we often don't see women until they turn 40. We'll have women come in for symptoms earlier than that, and we'll calculate their risk, for any woman that comes in and determine exactly when they should start getting mammograms and if they might benefit from a screening breast MRI in addition to their yearly mammogram.
I see you make a point here in this release you sent us that you have what's called fast MRI. It only takes about 10 minutes and costs less than a traditional MRI screening. Is this relatively new, and how long did it used to take?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So, we have really good data that for women who are at increased risk for breast cancer, that the yearly breast MRI adds a lot of value and catches cancer even earlier than mammography alone. But there are some major barriers for a lot of women to get these MRIs, even if they knew they were supposed to. One of them was cost. These MRIs are not cheap, or the original MRIs that we would do, or that you can get at most facilities, they're expensive in the thousands of dollars often. And especially if you're uninsured or have a high deductible insurance, that's a big ask for a lot of women to shell out that money. And in addition, they would take, 30 to 40 minutes. So you're lying in the MRI scanner for quite a long time.
Yeah.
So we, worked closely with Intermountain Health and developed a new breast MRI protocol using the latest technologies. That's much quicker. Like you mentioned, it takes usually less than 10 minutes to acquire the images, and it's a fraction of the cost of the full breast MRIs that we offered previously.
Well, then I'm
And
all
actually,
for
the
it.
best part is,
Let's do it for
Yeah.
everybody.
Well, absolutely. And for women who have the Select Health insurance through Intermountain Health and who qualify based on their risk assessment, it is completely free, 100% free, $0 out
There
of
you go.
pocket.
You can go to
And
Intermountain
so that
Health.
really reduces those barriers.
Yeah. You can go to intermountainhealthcare.org/mammogram to schedule a screening. You can call 801-906-2700. And I would say, well,
Do
you
it.
ought to
Don't put it off.
You ought to darn well do it.
This is another, the Saturday thing will help people that have been putting it off for sure.
Dr. David Peterson, Intermountain Healthcare, thank you for talking with us about this. By the way, Dr. Peterson is a radiologist with Intermountain Healthcare. Thanks for talking with us.
Of course.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Well, we will take a break.
Good. I need it.
Come back and crawl towards the exits after these. Park City Culinary Institute. You may have heard the saying that a way to a man or woman's heart is through their stomach. And by that rationale, we should all learn to cook, I think.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to know how to do this. I mean, you got to eat to survive. You might as well enjoy it and know how to do it. And being confident in the kitchen is sexy. And it's even if you live alone. I mean, this way you're cooking for yourself. You know what ingredients to get at the grocery store. You make them taste just right and look just right. You just want a good meal when you're tired at the end of the day, and you can make it easy. Learn the arts at Park City Culinary Institute at Salt Lake City campus. The address is 1484 South State Street. And you can go and take a look at the campus or go online. They have a lot of photos online at parkcityculinaryinstitute.com. Cooking is going to be faster, easier, better, and more importantly, fun. Your family and friends are going to love what you make. Learn to cook like a pro chef. They can teach you to be a pro chef, but you might as well learn to cook that way. Park City Culinary Institute in Salt Lake offers short, affordable programs, part-time courses, and night classes for busy people like you. You can finish in as little as 5 weeks. It's easy. So to learn more or apply, parkcityculinaryinstitute.com.
guest contestant yesterday, Nick, won the game in a big way.
Yes.
Let's see how Todd can match up as we play another round of Beat Gina. I'm announcer Johnny Ola. For only $1, you can open a bowl full of happiness when you order your very own sea monkeys.
Oh.
Just add water, that's all. And in 1 second, your amazing sea monkeys actually come to life. Yes, the hatch instantly right before your eyes. Now, simply grow and enjoy the most adorable pets ever to bring smiles, laughter, and fun into your home. These sea monkeys are so eager to please. They can even be trained. Always clowning around, these frolicsome pets swim, stunt, and play games with each other. They're so full of tricks, you'll never tire of watching them. They only require a minimum of care, although they do love attention. We'll even show you how to teach them to obey your commands like a pack of friendly trained seals. What a way to surprise your guests. You'll receive a 1-year supply of growth food, living plasma, water purifier, a magnificent fully illustrated manual of sea monkey care, and our famous growth guarantee in writing. Just send $1 plus 30 cents for shipping to Unicorn House, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 1010. Instant Pets, Sea Monkeys. Watch them grow. And
Brine
now,
shrimp.
I beg your pardon.
It's just brine shrimp.
And now, just like the sea monkeys, he's adorable and here to bring smiles and laughter into your home, our host, Terry Jackson.
Here's the difference between me and a sea monkey. I can be trained to do things. I had the sea monkeys, and you couldn't. Never mind.
Yeah. Mine beg.
The randomizer has chosen a contestant. Oh, it looks like it won't be Hannah. Okay. The randomizer has chosen Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer. Are you there? Okay, Jennifer. We're gonna toss a coin to see who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says heads. As you can see, Todd Newcomb goes first. I'm sorry, Hannah. You're already at a disadvantage for those collective soul tickets.
It's Jennifer.
Or Jennifer. Sorry,
Jennifer. You're going down.
But if Todd beats you, what are you prepared to do in his name?
Well, I have Lumineer tickets, but I really don't want to give them up. So I'm hoping I win.
Oh, okay. So if you lose,
But I do love collective soul, though. Like I love collective soul a little bit more. So.
Than the Lumineers. Okay. All right. Well, let's see how you do. The first question is for Todd. It's multiple choice trivia.
All right.
If you get it correctly, you get the point, Todd. If not, I will allow Jennifer to answer the question correctly and steal your point away. And we'll go back and forth till one of you has 3 points. The first category question is Shrek trivia.
Oh, God.
Shrek trivia, Todd.
I'm not going to know anything.
What is the carriage that takes away Shrek and Fiona shaped like? Is it 1, a breast pump, 2, an onion, 3, a carbuncle, or 4, a pumpkin?
I don't know. Pumpkin?
All right. No, I'm sorry, Todd.
Okay.
It's too bad, Jennifer.
Incorrect.
Jennifer, you get a chance to steal.
It's an.
Sorry.
Jennifer, we lost you.
It's an onion.
Onion is correct.
1 point for Jennifer, and Jennifer controls the question.
All right. Jennifer, Silence of the Lambs trivia.
Oh, God. I haven't seen that since high school. We're going back 20-plus years now.
All right.
Whew.
Despite popular knowledge, Hannibal Lecter never said, "Hello, Clarice." He never said that. What was the actual line? Was it 1, Starling, high five? Was it 2, what up, Clarice, my number 1 girlie? Was it 3, beam me up, Clarice? Or 4, good evening, Clarice?
I'm going to go with number 4.
Good evening, Clarice.
It's 2-0. Todd, here's your chance to get back into the game.
All right,
I would have known that one.
Todd, Steve Irwin trivia.
Okay.
Although Steve Irwin seemed afraid of nothing, he was the crocodile hunter after all. What did he claim was the scariest moment of his life? Was it 1, meeting his in-laws for the first time? Was it 2, meeting Donald Trump Jr.? Was it 3, when he sat down to watch the movie The Room? Or 4, getting married?
Meeting his in-laws.
Jennifer, here's your chance to just sweep the game.
We go with number 4.
Getting married.
Jennifer, nicely done. You skunked Mr. Newcomb.
Oh, my goodness.
You win the game. You win the tickets. All is
Yay,
well.
I'm excited.
Collective Soul, the 29th of September at the Union. Jennifer, you'll be there. I apparently won't be because I lost.
All right, hang on the line, Jennifer. Listen. I
Okay.
just had a call from the head sea monkey at my house, and I have to go feed them.
Oh, okay. They are trained well. $9.52 right now.
I've got this list that I've been dying to do.
Mm-hmm.
I really would like to do it. No, it's not 28 simple sauces that'll enhance any.
Have you given up on that?
Yeah, I lost it.
Oh,
it's 8 legitimate reasons that short guys make the best husbands.
No.
Legitimate reasons.
Yeah.
No. These aren't made up reasons.
No.
No.
How about? You sure? How about
you got something else?
20 surprising tips adults wish they could tell their younger selves. You know, the knowledge that they have gained with
if I had
age
known
and wisdom.
this before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well, all right.
All right. Why, maybe?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
All right.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
I will warn you that I believe this list is from the United Kingdom, so maybe Brits have a different idea.
We'll see.
But 67% of adults surveyed, of 2,000 adults, of course, money, financial advice. You save at least 10% of your wages every month. Now, that makes sense. But here, I wish I could go back and say to my younger self, be more confident. I think
Be more confident.
Yeah, be more confident.
Yeah, sure.
Try not to care what other people think.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I'd have learned that sooner.
Me too.
I'm there now, but I didn't used to be.
I think I'm there now, but not completely.
Oh, I don't even give a care. That's where I'm at.
Don't let opportunities pass you by. Okay?
Okay.
Now, this one is obvious. Look after your physical health.
Yes.
But I remember watching this show. It was Lance Henriksen, and he was a demon.
Mm-hmm.
What was that show? Millennial, yeah, I think. It was a
Millennium.
TV show. Millennium as a TV show.
He wasn't a demon, but
what was it? He was a devil of some sort, or But he'd sit around with these other bad spirits or whatever they were. And one thing I wish I could have done when I was down on Earth, I take care of your teeth. You just need to take care of your teeth. I mean, that's true.
I'm going to the dentist today.
Don't waste your time. Oh, I shouldn't say this one because, Gina, you may want to quit the show.
What?
Don't waste your time with negative people.
Too late.
Yeah. Learn from your mistakes. That's it.
Boy, I won't do that again.
It's a good one because I think we all have the tendency to, when we make a mistake, to try and excuse it. Well, it wasn't me. I mean, I didn't mean to do it, that kind of thing, rather than just own it and say, how can I avoid this in the future? Save 10% of your wages. I got that one. Eat healthy. That makes sense. Here's one that I wish I did now, and I wish I had done it in the past. Go on all the vacations you can.
Yes.
We didn't vacation much when I was a kid.
No.
I think it was because we couldn't afford it.
Go do the thing.
Yeah. Invest in property early.
Yeah.
Don't settle.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. Relax and enjoy the ride. Look after your mental health. Spend more time with your parents. Yeah, and I would add to that your grandparents.
Sure.
And great-grandparents, if you have them. Get their stories. Learn from them. Take more risks. Don't be afraid of dating rejection. Always be there for your friends. Take more photos. And be disciplined with your time.
Yes. That's
very good.
That's why we're going to leave right now.
Okay.
Okay.
That's how disciplined we're going to be with our time.
All right.
Let's do the promo and get out of here.
I will take a second to find. There it is. Okay.
Do you think on Friday's Radio from Hell show, Sean Means is going to review the Taylor Swift movie?
I hear the person they got to play Taylor is very good.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm laser focused on having another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy at 7:45.
Taylor prefers white wine.
Also, Victoria will be here with our Real Housewives of Salt Lake update. They like all kinds of booze.
Laser focused on Friday's Radio from Hell show here on X96. I don't think I played that line very well. I hear that person they got to play Taylor is really good. Well, I don't know about that. Oh well. We should have workshopped.
Say, do you want to go back and do it again?
No.
Be more
He
disciplined.
cares a little, but not that
Be
much.
more disciplined.
No, absolutely not.
With your time.
Yeah.
This will only run today.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. I'm for getting out of here.
You are?
Yeah. Okay.
Fine job, Katie. I think we got all business taken care of, right? Fine job as always. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Tall people don't live very long.
Sure.
Okay.
They don't.
I know. Yes, you're correct. Marcy is next.